Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist. I am joined by the wonderful Pax, live from Chicago. Pax, we're not taking Friday off. These markets are flying all over the place today.
The wonderful. That's crazy. I want to be like that guy, the Canadian Irish guy. What's his name? Kevin O'Leary. Mr. Wonderful. Mr. Schmuck. I'll be Mr. Schmuck.
No.
Yeah, markets are all over the place. I mean, I didn't expect much out of the end of the week. We don't have any data out today, and I was out for dinner with a bunch of people last night, a bunch of traders in my group, and I looked up at the screens. We were down 30 after making another all-time high, and here we go. And bonds are underneath that pivotal price that we have discussed for the last month, well, since January, 113.24, and it's a major pivot for the 30-year. And gold, man, gold is completing the swings we've been talking about and tweeting about. Equities quiet, man, but there's been some really, really, really good price action, even in the back and forth of in the indices. Indices aren't doing anything, but sure giving us some pretty good tradable ranges. Small, but tradable.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this since we started NinjaTrader Live in February. There's so many wonderful markets that are liquid, tradable in the futures market. I mean, look at the ultra bonds are down over a handle right now. We have crude is up 1.26%. As you mentioned, gold's up over percent. Silver's up 3%. Copper's copper's down 1.5%. Platinum. I mean, everything is just really, really moving, which is, the last few days have been kind of slow and like, okay, what's happening here? We're going to get more tariff news. Last night we had that the Canadian 35% tariff announcement, and then it just seems like all heck broke loose. U.S. dollars is rallying a little bit here too, but there is so much potential. There's risk also. Remember, double-edged sword here, folks. But there's just so much potential in so many of these markets, including the stock index futures. That we are living in the golden age of futures trading right now.
The silver age of futures trading. The golden age of futures trading was when we were on the trading floor. That was the golden age. This is okay. No, I'm just kidding. I prefer this a great deal. I loved my time on the floor. It was great, and I learned so much about myself, about human nature, about the markets, because I was a really, really big floor trader in the Nasdaq pit. I have an intimate knowledge and awareness of how the markets move and why they move the way that they do, because I moved them with my own money, my own accounts. So that was awesome. But I don't think if we were on the floor, I don't think I'd still be alive. I don't think I'd have survived this long. So I prefer this. This is easier.
Yeah, but I hear you. I hear you. But there was kind of there's only so many folks involved. As retail, this is the rise of retail, as their CEO
Right.
said.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right. From my standpoint, that was a golden age. But you're right. This is a more level playing field. The barrier to entry is much easier. I keep telling everybody who trade with these funding companies, why do that? You become the master of your own domain. Contact Ninja and open up a small account, trade in the simulator, learn how to do that, and then put a little bit more money into a futures account and trade micros. You can get started with $5,000. I mean, you're not going to make millions in $5,000 micro account, but you'll be okay.
Well, it's a good stepping stone. That join the PAX group, and you're off to the races.
No, I don't know about racing. At least you're not going to blow another account. Everything else is going to be up to you.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But the micros, I mean, this is accessible to anybody.
Yes,
you could even open up a smaller account, risk capital only, folks. But it's the volume, the liquidity, the transparency of the order book, the transparency of the news, right? I use Financial Juice for my news. I get these alerts coming in all the time. I mean, you almost have real-time news for free. So it's really a terrific environment right now.
That's right. That's absolutely. This is trading on the screens. I don't know that you guys even have any idea what it was like 20 years ago. Trading on the screens is a level playing field. I've got the same access to price, to technology, to news, to everything as any trader in the entire world does. Anybody. So does a one lot micro trader sitting on a laptop in Indonesia. Well, or someplace.
Well, that's a good point because the CME's Globex works on a FIFO basis, first in,
Yep.
first out. So you could be in Hong Kong, you could be in London, you could be down here with me in Charleston with the margarita at the end of the day, and that orders are going in the same place, and you're in line with whoever's there ahead of you.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. Hey, so back to your original point about the markets is it's this summer has we don't uh since expiration, since we got that new in the indices, since we got that new quarterly pivot 60-10, we rallied off that pretty quickly and pretty well. And then we kind of slowed down at the beginning of the new fiscal quarter because of the week of July 4th. So now it's just tradable ranges. We all have to have in the indices, if you're talking about the indices, the stock index futures, we all have to have a process consistent, repeatable, and scalable. Now, if we have that, it should be able to take advantage of price action in all of its forms. This, what we had in April when we broke, or February when the S&P broke from 6166 to 58.34, that comes around. That kind of price action comes around every couple of years, sometimes more often. But this is more normalized trading. Our ATR went from 300 points in the S&P to today it's at 41. If you're looking at RTH with the 10-day look back, 41 to 46 points.
Yep.
That
Let's pull
means
up a chart, Mission Control, if we can.
yes. That means what that means is specifically we take less out of the market. I'm not looking to take 100, 200, 300 points out of the market. 5 points on a four lot is $1,000 a day, my brothers and sisters. That's it. 5 points on a four lot is a G note a day. A G note a day keeps the full-time jobs away. That's it.
I love that sentence. Yeah, and I could afford a bottle of Malfi gin for the
Yeah.
weekends, so we're in good shape right there. Uh, so we're looking we're looking at the E-mini S&P. And to your point, I mean, quarterly pivot is way in the rearview mirror, right? 60-10. And we've launched off of this area of resistance right here that we saw in the the middle of June. And then now we're kind of consolidating again. This is a 7-day consolidation period. And it's a big range, though. It's not a small consolidation. It's a big one.
Yeah.
63.24 at the top, give or take. This is where it starts. And then the bottom, we're talking 62. 60. So, that's, what is that? It's a 60 handle, and that's consolidation. I mean, you could look at the candles. They're going sideways.
But it's tradable. We're going nowhere, but it's tradable. This is not the this is the kind of personally, this is the kind of back and forth trading that I am trying to back myself away from. As Anthony and I have talked about a long time, as Anthony and I have talked about since my heart issues last year, I need to wean myself off the drug that trading is. The constant tension. I don't find trading stressful. I never have. I found the situations I have placed myself in life stressful from trading, but I don't find the active trading stressful, but it's incredibly tense. And that kind of tension takes a toll on a body and on a spirit and soul. And I protect my energy pretty well. But physicality, the physicality of it is not easy. So trying to back away a little bit from the back and forth price action and but the traders in my group I encourage, because these 15 handle swings in the S&P or 65 handle swings in NASDAQ that we get from the OR every day, or we fail to get it, in which case we don't trade it. Those 50 careers are built one brick at a time on those 15 handle swings.
Yeah.
And those 15 handle swings end up financing those career making trades 61.66 down to 48.34. Those 15 handle blocks, building blocks that you take, or even in quieter markets like yesterday, those 5 points on a four lot, 1,000 a day. Those are the building blocks, one on top of the other, that is going to get you to those or finance those huge sweeping moves that you're going to catch up, down. It doesn't matter. You're going to find them. You're going to catch them. You need to be here for them and survive for them. Don't worry about trying to make your fortune today. If you survive to thrive, that sort of price action will come together. You will find yourself in the flow state. You will find yourself personally in the flow state. You will find the process that you were working on or learning, all of a sudden working, as you've envisioned it. You do the work personally and spiritually to ensure that happens. And man, when it does, there's not a better feeling in the world. But we've got to get through this mucky stuff in order to get to those great
Yeah.
trading days.
Yeah, no, it's slow and steady wins the race. It's like,
Oh,
you want to you have your bench press goals, right? So you start light and you keep chipping away at it. You do it all the time, and then you can get 135 up, and then you can get 185 up, and then you get 225 up, and before you know it, you hit the goal. So, but it takes time,
mhm.
and it takes those building blocks that you just mentioned. It's the same thing in anything you're doing in life as what we're doing here in trading.
Or your goals change, right? It's funny that you brought that up. I had a goal of bench pressing 315 last year. I got up to 294 three times, or 295 three times.
That's good.
But then I wanted to slim down. I wanted to lose 10, 15 pounds, and I did. When I started to do that, then my goals changed. My workouts changed. I don't bench press 295 anymore. I'm down to like 280, but I've lost 15 pounds. I feel better. My goals changed, my workouts changed, and the way I go about things changed. So we have to be traders, have to be flexible in setting our goals, and not to get so rigidly focused on them or so myopically focused on them. We
Yeah,
have to be able to say, listen, I'm not going to catch 100 points in this trade. I'm going to catch 5. And
yeah,
I'm going to be satisfied with that 5. When I was at my peak, either screens, um, which was earlier this year, or on the floor, I was satisfied with being positive at the end of the day. If I made 500 or $1,000, I'm satisfied. Not happy, but satisfied.
yeah.
If I made 6 figures, I'm happy, or
Mhm.
whatever. If I made something significant, I'm happy. Difference between being satisfied and happy, but you need to be satisfied with being green. And an old stupid saying that I say all the time to myself and to my traders is, if I'm up $800 and I call it a day, well, you know what? That's better than a sharp stick in the eye. It's
Yeah.
$1,000 or $800 more than I woke up with. That's it. I'm not going to get rich doing that, but that's going to set up those big, beautiful. No, I don't want to sound like the big, beautiful bill, but those big, beautiful trades that come, those big
Big, beautiful
career
trades. It's
trades.
that's a great analogy. Exactly what you said. Your goals could change. They could be fluid. Just throw all that stress overboard, man. You don't need it. Throw it
Yeah,
overboard.
well,
Just
good.
be happy. Look at this chat. Pro Pax chat today. We've got all sorts of folks saying how much they love your packs. It's great. Dolly's in the chat too. Good morning, Anthony. Good to see you. Can't wait for you to get back Monday, man. It's a lot of work without you here, man. I need you to get back here.
Come on, we're too old to be working too hard, Anthony. And by the way, happy birthday. You didn't pick up my call the other day, but it was a sweet text to return. So happy birthday, my brother. I love you.
Well, he was hobnobbing with his other friends, probably.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know.
His Florida friends.
Yeah, there
He
you go.
doesn't need the Chicago friends anymore.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, great chat. Thanks for being here with us. We're going to finish strong today. We have after me and Pax. We have Chris from Trading Boxes is going to be trading live. Love that kid. I mean, I call him a kid. I don't know how old he is, but everyone's younger than me, so I can call anybody a kid I want. And then after that, I think Nick4aTick is going to be also trading midday market. So NinjaTrader Live we are not just like wrapping it up because it's Friday. So we got some work to do this morning here. And we got to go over some of these levels here as well, Pax, in the E-mini S&P,
Yeah,
NASDAQ,
do
all
it.
the gold, all the ones we usually talk about.
Let's talk about gold a little bit. Um,
Okay.
I outline. So remember these prices in that I talk about don't change. I mean there are going to be intraday targets that do change, but the quarterly pivots and the macro levels those are uh, permanent. They'll never change. So on the swing in gold is 33.32. 32.94. We talked about those levels a few weeks ago. We talked about
Yep.
33.32 for a bit.
Yep.
So we close above 33.32, and then that is going to trigger a long above 33.32 to 33.64 or
Again,
62.
let me get this line in here. By the way, now that you mentioned that, I mean, we literally the low today was 33.32. By the way,
Mhm.
and what's the next level up there that you just mentioned? 30.
Take profit at 30. We're going to take profit at 33.62 or in front of the 64 level.
Got it.
And we're going to add, I tweeted this entire swing out last week a couple of times, 2 weeks ago, I think. So you can go, and I retweeted it too. So you guys can go to my X page and see that I'm not looking at a chart and pulling today's low and today's high. This is a swing level that I predefined a long time ago.
Yeah.
So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean those. I just sorry to interrupt, but 33.32 today's low. Maybe missed it by a tick. I don't know. And then 33.62 so far today's highs. So
Mhm.
just to put that in perspective, Pax, you're on fire with those levels.
Well, and these don't change. So I mean, you guys can go to my X page, Pax Trader 777, and see this clearly defined trade. So now we're going to take profit there, and we're still going to be long from 33.32, and we're going to add above 33.64. We will take profit at 33.80, and then 36. I'm sorry, 34, like 34.14. But the swing on the upside completes at 34.60. So it's $100 swing or $130 swing from the initiated long at 33.32. So you're long 33.32s, you're taking profit at 33.62, you're going to add above 33.64, take profit at 33.80, take profit at 34.14, flatten at 34.60-ish. Now, your stops will always be an entry. So once you're long from 33.60 30, the market goes bid above your entry price, you're going to pay for your trade, take profit at those levels, add, pay for your trade, take profit at those levels. My stops, anyway, are always going to be an entry. Now, we come back down. Let's say for some reason there's some more news. We come back down to 33.32. We're out. We're out of our longs. We're out of our initiated price at 33.32 that financed the ads, and we're short. So
So Pax, is it too late to get in now if you don't have a position?
no, you can get in at 33.62.64. So all of these prices, if you miss the bottom level, you add on the way above it, or you can initiate on the way above it. So treat each one of these prices like another version of the opening range. At least that's the way I think about it.
Yeah.
So you get long at you miss the whatever, or use the opening range, which is in 2 minutes. So if we get above 33.64, you're long, and you're going to let the market work above that. You're going to take expenses, not outlandish risk, and then just let it roll. Now, if we get below 33.62 or 33.32, then you're short. Underneath, that's a quarterly pivot. So underneath 33.32, you're short. You're going to take those, you're going to flatten those at 32.94. That is where the downside swing completes. So the downside swing is what is that, 40 points? The upside swing is 130 points.
Yeah, I'm just putting in quarterly pivot there. That was a hasty text cut and paste.
That, by the way, is an actionable trade that you can do today or tomorrow or last week or the week before. I tweeted about it. It is an actionable trade that you can take.
There we go. All right. It's on the chart. It's painted on the chart forever now. Never deleting that.
Good.
All right. Well, that's gold. I mean, just real quickly, intraday, let's just take a peek here. I mean, it's caught a bit intraday. We're just, separation between session VWAP and price just gets bigger and bigger. We crushed that Mentor Q 1-day max calculation. That was at 33.54. High wick right now, maybe a double top. If you look at 30-minute candles, this is a 60-minute candle. 33.61.9. I'm just going to move this over to a 30-minute. I don't know what I'm thinking. But we have a nice point of control, but a double distribution. I've absorbed all of these intraday distributions, hanging out with Pharm all week because he's awesome with these distributions and how the volume profile works, not only on a daily intraday but on a weekly as well. So those are great episodes to go back and listen to if you can. But yeah, I mean, this is looking pretty positive right now until we get some sort of retracement, and I just don't see it yet.
Yeah. Well, me either. And whatever the market does, we have to be able to take advantage of it. We have to be able to trade live information to make real time information to make real time trades.
Yeah.
I always predefine my trades and my swings the way that I do based upon math. It's all mathematically based to me. I don't care about time in a trade, and I don't care about volume in a trade. I only care about price in a trade. So I trade on the DOMs, and that's it. I'm long above 33.32 to 33.62. I'm going to add above that and take them up. It's simple to understand. It's relatively simple to execute. We're coming up to that 33.62 level, and it's the hard part though is the way that I manage my trades, and when my strengths, my personal strengths, and my personal weaknesses come into play, and whatever I'm feeling, if I'm not confident, carefree, fearless, and focused for the day for whatever reason, didn't sleep well, haven't been eating, taking care of myself, haven't been praying, working out, meditating, haven't been allowing myself to love and be loved, then I'm going to puke all of my nonsense all over my trading. I'm going to puke it up all over my screens. Instead, I would rather focus on my predetermined trades. One of the, and another reason why I do this is I predetermine my trades is we didn't have access to technology. Well, we did, but you had on the floor. I didn't have access to charts. If I wanted to look at a chart, I had to walk out of the pit, and I had to, stand in line at a CQG machine or a computer. We call them CQG machines. Print off a chart or a series of them, and then hand keep them. Who's going to do that? Meanwhile, I'm trading 10,000 big NASDAQ a day and 10,000 minis a day, and I'm going to miss things. So I predetermine my targets based upon mathematical formulas, and I knew that when the S&P when gold, we're talking about gold, gets to 33.62, I'm going to take profit, and I knew above it I'm going to add. I've done that my entire life, and on the screens for me, it's no different.
Yeah, I remember back in the day. We're talking 79, 80. Aardvark was our clearing firm. We had
You are old, man. Aardvark, that's amazing.
We had pink jackets. But then I think they were bought. So then a couple years after that,
name. I have not heard that name since 1992. That's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, that's all right. I don't. My point of the story is we'd have to go up to the old building to go up into the office to get any kind of chart information. We'd have to go up there, and beg for it, and then maybe we'd get something. But
right. There was a guy, Walsh. I can't remember his first name.
Frankie.
No, not that Walsh. Who kept a bar chart in his hand? He kept it by hand in the pit, and then he kept a point and figure chart. So he's sitting there. I thought he was a dork. What's this guy doing? Yeah. Trade, man. What are you doing with those charts? Well, he's still trading on the screens, and I had to go broke before I learned how to use charts. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Aardvark. Shatkin. Did you clear Shatkin?
No. After that, it was First. I want to say First Union. I can't remember. It was Blue Jacket then. First Union, maybe. I don't remember.
Oh, that's funny.
But yeah, Aardvark I'll never forget. That was my first experience down there. It was something special.
Truly was. When my son Gabriel is just turned 20. He's a college baseball player, and he's been sitting next to me in all summer learning how to trade. That's his summer job, and he's been kind of helping me, do different things. Like I pay him to kind of learn. He's my son, so I pay him to learn and technical analysis. But the thing that's missing, I realized for him, is the competition of being around other people. When we walked onto the floor, I had to compete with the guys in my group for the spot to get backed by our boss. None of us came from any money, so we needed to be backed by somebody. Yeah. And in order to be backed by somebody to start trading or filling orders, you had to stand out among the 3,000 other clerks on the floor. So I want my son to have that sort of not competition. So, the knowledge, the technical knowledge for me, the execution knowledge for me, the market awareness knowledge for me, the experience that I can give him that he shared as a little boy, coming into this business on the screens and all that. but I want him to be able to have that sort of competition with other people his age,
Yeah.
so maybe an internship next year with with CME or a fund someplace, or a real prop group, not these funding companies, someplace like that, where he's working with other people within this business that will propel him, and also where somebody will yell at him about messing up or making a mistake, and being late or not
Yeah.
being early enough, or go get me coffee, go get me a cheeseburger, and figure things out like
Yeah.
that.
Well, we got and Ninja's always hiring, man. So let me
Yeah,
know.
Ninja for sure. I wanted them to get him a internship with Ninja this summer, but those are set 6 months, 8 months ahead of time. I was a little bit late.
Oh, I don't know, but between me and Deli, we could beat on some people to make
It's
stuff
coming
happen.
next year for sure.
Anyway, so let's kind of pivot over to. And by the way, handsome looking fella, I saw him all over X. By the way, so
Yeah, thanks. He's a good boy.
let's take a peek at the mini S&P and look at some levels here, because my highest level actually since the last time we spoke was at 62.92, and we kind of
Mhm.
launched off of that. We're actually broke below that a little bit, right to that 8 EMA so far, kind of walking along that pretty nicely in the middle of that consolidation range. What are you thinking about levels to the upside? Or are we done?
Well, now, what was the high that we made yesterday? 63.35 or something.
High was yep, you got it.
So that's going to be that'll be the ceiling. The upside level, the upside swing target that we've talked about that won't change. The macro level that'll stay the same is going to be 64.02. So the market goal is going to be 64.02, and once we achieve that, and I am fairly convinced that we will, once we achieve that level, then I think the market will set up for either a move back lower and maybe test down to 60.10, or below it is 59.49. Or it's going to propel itself back up to like 66. So there's some real potential for some upside price action. So the two big levels of the macro levels are going to be 64.02 on the upside, and on the downside will be 62.10, 62.06. Um, and then I'm just there. I don't really have any swing levels in the 62 handle, but I'll just look at the low of the week, which is going to be 62.48, and the low of the month 62.27, and those are going to be levels of support. So those will be intraday targets. I don't trade support and resistance levels the way that most people do. I'm going to get long here because it's support. Um, I use them as targets. So I'll be short if we break. I'll be short from the opening range. Let's say the opening range for the sake of discussion is 62.90. I'll be short from the R at 62.90, and I'll take profit down at 62.70. The low of the night is 62, or the low of the day is 62.76. Take profit there. We go offered below that. 15 handle rotations from
Yeah.
the opening range all the way down.
Yeah, let's pull up. Let me just kind of get some more data in here.
Now, I'm not doing that. Please understand, guys. I'm talking about that from the standpoint of the traders in my group. I'm not trading this stuff until we start to break out of the range. I'm flat except for gold, and I flattened up in bonds the other day, but flat in gold except for gold, and not really trading equities until we get beyond this, and just trying to maintain my physical health, trying to get myself off the drug of trading.
Wow. So just looking at intraday chart, we got about a 54 handle high to low today. My 14 period ATR is 49. I mean, remember not too long ago, and I've been talking about this all week, a couple of weeks ago, the ATR was like 110 or something.
It
So
was a
we've
record
seen, yeah, this 4th of
300.
July kind of consolidation, even with all the crosswinds going on with the tariffs and the international, stuff going on, and the big beautiful bill and deficit and all that stuff. We're still getting smaller, tighter ranges. Is this is this summertime trade here
Huh?
permanently, or what happens next?
No. So uh, I want to say this: the summertime trade is not bad. Everyone goes to the Hamptons, or everyone goes to in Chicago, Michigan, or Lake Geneva, and everything's shut down. Volume gets thinner and lighter, and we kind of the ranges contract. But that's not just a form and function of the summertime. That's just a form and function of what's going on in the world. Algorithms don't have a summer home, and for the HFTs that run this market all you have to do is switch your computer on, and your 1,000 algorithms will go ahead and
Yeah.
create movement based off of news and all kinds of other things. So just look for those short-term swings. Those, remember, keep it simple. 5 points on a 4 lot in the S&P is $1,000. And that $1,000 a day keeps the full-time jobbers away. So now, in the macro sense, I think that we sit here and we trade like this, barring any headline news, right? I mean, any headline risk, we have will break out one way or the other. And I think the market is kind of, the price action overnight last night when we made that high, and the fact that we're 40 lower now is indicative of that. With the Canadian news, is that at any time, a Trump tweet can move this market. So the point now is that I think that we sit in this range, whether tight, or we expand it, and or we trade back and forth in the range until late July, early August, and when we head into tariff time, when the President Trump seems to be saying that that this date is set in stone. So if that's the case, then we will see a lot of volatility. Even if he doesn't, I think we see a lot of volatility coming into the end of the year. And by volatility, I don't mean just downside price action. I mean trades with momentum and volume that will propel the market either above 63.35 up to 64.02, or back down underneath these monthly lows down to 62.06, and then down to all the way back down. The swing completes on the downside if we do break below here, down to 60.10, and that's the quarterly pivot. We get down to 60.10. I'll get long there with a tight stop. We go underneath 60.10. I will sell them. I will be actively trading that market. I'm not actively trading this. We get below 60.10. I will be actively trading that.
So that begs the question, because Deli often talks about, do we have a tradable bottom? And so I'm looking at the E-mini S&P right now, and I'm going to ask, do we have a tradable top?
No, not yet. Here, we will have a tradable top when we trade down to, or if 50 by 3 point and figure reversed. So that's showing that we have a short-term tradable top. But I want to see the 100 by 3 point and figure reverse. And that's going to take, the high was 35. That's going to take 100 points basically. So 62, it's just under 100 points. So it'll be 62 like 40. If we trade down to 62.40, then I'll say that we have a tradable top. But I want to see the S&P reverse on the 100 by 3. What's interesting though is the NASDAQ. So the point and figures that I look at are in the S&P for the short term, top or bottom is going to be a 50 by 3. A longer term in the S&P is 100 by 3. In the NASDAQ though, I use a 200 by 3. The NASDAQ has reversed. Yeah. The NASDAQ has shown what was yesterday's high? 23,112 as a good tradable high. So, we have some conflicting information, now, if you're looking at that's in a myopic sort of a view, if a daily view. If you're looking at, it's not, point and figures are not time-based, price-based. Yeah. But if you're looking at a more, a wider field of vision, then 60.10, the quarterly pivot, that's the tradable bottom. That's where we rallied from. I believe Monday, June 23rd, we opened up there. That's a quarterly pivot. We from the Friday before expiration, we exploded from there. That's still in a big sense the tradable low. However, I don't know. We could there's some information telling me, there's some things that I look at telling me that we could have put in a bottom, not to mention the fact that gold is now pushing above that level that we talked about. Yeah. So if you want to get long gold, you want to buy them at 33.64 on the bid or 33.62 on the bid. So gold is extending its rally above that level, and bonds are starting to drag again underneath that. The yearly pivot 113.24, an incredibly pivotal level for me going back to 1997 and 2004, which is also 113.24. So if the bonds continue to trade lower, rates go higher. Gold continues to trade higher. That's starting to look like a risk-off sort of a trade. So we can see some downside flow, going into the end of the week maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, I'm looking at the 30-year Treasury bonds right now, and we had a kind of this weird kind of just slow grind rally from May 23rd all the way up to uh, July 1st. And then we had this
Yep.
doji at the top of this daily chart here. And when I see that kind of formation after a long, steady
Oh.
trend up, I say, okay, this is a turnaround doji.
Mhm.
It certainly was. We broke all the way back down, but we didn't test those February lows. We didn't test those lows from when this trend line started. And I thought we were going to be honest with you. I was like, all right, it's time to get short here at 113.24. And then we just hit a bottom again, but a higher low, right? 112.21.
Mhm.
Rally back up. Now we're back down today. So this is reacting in an interesting way this week, and I think this reaction is based on a lot about what's the Fed friction that's going on, along with all the tariff stuff, which kind of feeds into that, thinking, well, it's going to be inflationary, these tariffs, therefore the Fed is sitting on their
Yeah.
hands, and there's this fight going on, and I think the bond market's kind of unnaturally reacting to some of that noise.
Yes. Yes. Um, yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just watching it. Yeah. 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 It is. Bonds. If you guys don't trade the bonds or the notes, 10-year notes or the bonds, take a look at them because when they move, and it's easier to get in and out with less expense. Did any of you guys let me know in the chat? Did any of you guys take that gold long? And did anybody please, if you did, let me know in the chat and I'll help you manage it right now. The long at 33.64 or maybe at 33.62. Did anybody get long gold off of the swing I just defined 30 minutes ago? Okay. Well, if you did, pay for them at 33.66, 67. If you did,
We're there at
pay for them.
66 now.
Yeah, to pay for those and remove your risk. And then, so if you bought a 4 lot at 64, sell 1 at 66, and now you're long 3, you have no risk on it. You have a free trade. So now you're looking at that 33.80 and then 34.14.
Well, Christopher added at 62. Rick said yes. Anthony Ramman said I did. MJ, yeah, there you go. We got some followers here. Nathan, yes.
Good.
Uncle Seven did, as well as Eric. That's awesome, guys.
All right, so your stops. So I don't know if I was able to get that out fast enough for you to have paid for your trade, but your stops are at entry. So if you bought 64s or 62s, stops are for scratches. Now, if you get ticked out, this is a whole different concept now. If you get not too many people trade like this. If you get ticked out, if your stop is at 33.64 and you get stopped out, and you're out. Okay, so if you get stopped out, you can buy them back as price goes up through it. Okay, now just keep an eye on the domes, right? If you're trading on the domes, you can see this. So you got stopped out, maybe you paid for the trade and you removed your risk, so you locked in just a little bit of profit. So now you have no risk on. We go now you want to trade like 33, 62, 64 is another opening range. So we make it down to 33, 62. Maybe you buy them there with the tight stop underneath. We go 64 bid, you're buying them. Okay. So the whole idea is that you're managing your position with expense and not risk. Capiche? So you're managing with expense. So we come down to 62. You're going to buy those. We go 62 offer. You get out for a little bit of an expense. We go 2 bid, you buy them. We go 4 bid, you buy more. You pay for them at 66. Stops in at scratches. Expense. Most you guys are going to buy 64s and put in a 58 stop in. That's ridiculous. I don't know why anybody would trade that way. Risk reward. I don't know what that is. I don't do that. I'm not going to risk 1 to make 5 or whatever, however people define that. I'm going to buy 64s, and if the trade's got to go bid for me to work them, for me to take it. I'm going to buy 62s. I'm going to pay for them at 64. Go 4 bid. I'm going to buy more. I am not going to buy 2s and put in a 50 stop. I'm not going to buy 4s and put in a. I don't trade like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, right now it's we're trading what? We're 33.63-ish right now, but this is, I mean, just from my looking at my candles here, I have a 30-minute candle chart up here. We got a ton of separation between price and the session VWAP. We're starting to build some volume up a little bit higher right now. We have this divergence. I set my order flow cumulative delta to bar by bar, not cumulative from the start of the day. And so when you see this divergence, red, cum, delta, red, but you see upward price movement, in my mind, that really helped me with direction.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Okay. So you bought your 4s back. You bought your 64s back. Okay. Your cursor's on the sell side. You're ready to get out. If they go offered, you're going to get out. Now go 5 bid and I'll put in a scratch stop. I'm still long. Buy these 4s. You're still long with them. You're still long with them. Yeah, Manaj, come on. Go bid. Bid them, you dirty dog. Bid them. Bid them, you son of a. Come on, baby. Bid. You got to speak nicely to the market. Don't yell at it. I
Were
yell
you-
at it and it
when
goes
you were
off.
in the floor, were you speaking nicely?
Oh, no. When I was on the floor, I would have bought 50 at 6. There we go. Now we have no risk. Scratch stop in. I'd have bought those 64s and I'd be looking around like, who am I going to attack in this pit like a lion? But I would, in my mind, I'd be saying all kinds of negative stuff. But outwardly, I'd be looking like I was about ready to take all their money. All right. So now you've all bought those 64s again. You got a scratch stop in. Let's pay for these and remove our risk around 66. You guys seeing what I'm talking about, or am I talking in the wind here? I'm
Look at
doing
that.
it.
There we go.
Yeah.
We got a 66 print right now.
Now, do you see what I'm talking about? Expense versus risk. So I bought 4s. Hopefully, most of us did. I'm not going to put in a 58 stop. I've already got a scratch stop in, and now I'm going to pay for it. Now, if they would have gone 64 offer after I bought them, I would have gotten out, hopefully no worse than 63 half. But that's it. Expense versus loss.
Well, and the important part about what you just mentioned is you had your number. You had that 64 number. We talked about this a half an hour ago, right? So
Yeah.
you had this you already had this on your radar screen. This was your level.
Yes. I tweeted about it a week or two ago, a couple of times. A month ago, I think I tweeted about it. It's been the 3362 has been the quarterly pivot now for a very long time. Well, not a very long time. December, I think, or January. I don't know. Quarterly pivot. The new one is 3294. But here we go. Come on, pay me, you pay me, baby. Come on, sweetheart. Come up to 6. Oh, all right, good. All right, now change the quantity of your stop. I just sold. I just sold a quarter of my unit at 66 to pay for my trade. 33.66. So $2 to pay for my trade. Okay, that gives me a little trading capital now. Now I have a risk-free trade on, and I hate to say this because it has gambling connotations, but now I'm playing with house money. I cannot lose money. I've removed my risk, and I have a certain outcome on this trade. I don't know that I'm going to get out for a large profit. The market will tell me, but I'm sure as shit not going to lose any money, and I'm locked in $2 in a little bit, right?
You've mitigated your risk.
Yeah. Well, removed it. I've mitigated my risk when we go 4 bid, and I've got my cursor in to get out on my sell side to get out at 63 half. That's mitigating my risk. Removing my risk is when I buy a 4 lot and I sell one at 66, change my quantity to a stop. I can't lose money. I've locked in $2 of profit. So, here we go. The market is going to do one of two things at this point. It's going to come down and scratch me out, in which case no harm, no foul, or it's going to trade up to 33.80 and put money into my pocket.
Okay, so that's the next target upside, 33.80?
Yes.
Get that. I'm going to put this on my intraday chart. I'll be tracking this all day, that's for sure.
And then 34.14. 34.14 is going to be a big level. 33.80 is just going to be an interim. It's that will change. It's just an interim intraday level that I'm going to take profit at. I will add above that too. 34.14 is going to be a big level. Like 34.14 will be like resistance. I'm not going to flatten there. The swing is going to complete. Let me be precise in the swing completion. I think it's 33.64. I mean 34. Oh my gosh. I think it's 34.64, but let me tell you.
I think 34.60 you mentioned earlier.
Yeah. 34.68 is the price. So I'm gonna complete that swing at 34.60. We go 34.68. I'm gonna buy them with everything I got. Not really. I'll buy a lot though.
I got you. All right. So that's pretty much that 68 levels pretty much on a daily. That's that's near that recent almost all-time high there.
Yeah. All-time high, 35.09. So there you go. That's how I trade the indices too. Bonds, I trade a little bit differently. But it's just a simple way of looking at the market. It's actionable. Sometimes it works huge, but you're never going to get killed. That's the idea. Like we said earlier in the conversation, Jimmy, we have to survive to thrive. Some trades are going to be massive. Some trades are going to be small, little, put a few bucks into my pocket. We're not going anywhere. So I'll see, I'm going to go play golf. I'm going to go work out. I'm going to go, do something other than bang my head against the wall. Sometimes you buy those 33.64s, remove your risk at 66. Next trade is 33.80 and you're up a ton of money.
Yeah, I mean, real similar to what the Order Flow Labs guys do. They talk about paper cuts. Okay, I'm going to take a paper cut here because I think I'm right in the trade idea, and then we'll try it again in a minute, and we'll try it again in a minute, and then eventually things work out. And, not always, but oftentimes.
No, remember. So there we go. Flat to a run lie addy. That's an Irish song I made up. So see what goes through my mind. I got all kinds of songs playing in my mind all the time, or prices popping into my head. So those guys trade Leo and XZ and Job from Twitter and Stowe and all of those guys.
Yeah.
Nick trade very similar to, or look at things very similarly than I do. Maybe different tools and different ways of going about it. I'm trying to take more out of the market, I think, but yeah, we look at things very similarly. But remember, listen, we can all die death of 1,000 paper cuts too. So we have to limit those. Paper cuts are important, but we need to limit them. Here we go. And I got nothing on. I got stopped out and I didn't put them back on because I was talking. And now watch those of you who are still long. We're going to trade to 33.80 now. Why? Because I'm flat ski. Oh man, I wasn't paying any attention. Here they go. C'est la vie. There'll be more. So, my 2x4 is something I call a 2x4 is how I'm going to protect myself from death by 1,000 paper cuts. S&P, gold, bonds, crude, doesn't matter. If I take two expenses in a row, if I buy 64s and I sell 63 AFs, that's one expense. If I do that twice, I cut my size, and then I'm going to become more patient and give myself two more expenses. And those are, see, here we go, guys. Here we go. 33.80. That sucks. Anyway, I hope you guys are all still long. I would have put them back on if I was actively trading, but I didn't. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
All right, that's all right. You're that's it's kind of like when you're trading live in front of folks, it's kind of like there's pros and cons, right? The con is you're talking and teaching and doing stuff and you're not paying full attention. The pros are as you talk, it gives you more discipline because you don't do something stupid.
Well, the thing that I worry about, the thing I worry about constantly is absolutely doing something stupid. Well, everybody's looking at me and I got to prove myself, I'm PAX and I want everyone to see that I'm PAX. So look at me, everybody. I've swung my, can't say that on TV, can you? I've been a BSD around some of the biggest BSDs in the entire history of BSDs, and I don't need to swing it around with anybody anymore. I have my only goal, my brothers and sisters, every day is to pull something more out of the market than what I came in with. That's it. I've got nothing to prove to anybody. The people that I really need to worry about proving something to, I already did a long time ago, my wife and my kids, and they love me and they support me and I love and support them. And that's it, right? I have nothing to prove to anybody, neither do you. The only thing that you need to do is make it, bank it, reset it, and do it over and over and over again, and learn how to add to your positions without adding to your add to your size without adding to your risk. And then you do it again and again and again and reset and reset. Yeah. If you made $1 million last month, that money that you made is history. It's gone. You take it out of your account. Properly fund your tax account. Don't touch your tax account. I can talk about that if you want me to. Nobody ever talks about managing your accounts the right way. It's an integral thing to a long-term profitable career. Managing your accounts are so super important. But if you made here comes 33.80. So I told you, I got ticked out and they went. So if you made 10,000 last, 20,000 last month, you take the money out of your trading account, put 35% away in your tax account, which is if you bank at Chase, open up a separate account at Bank of America. Take 30 to 35% or whatever, take 30, 35% in the US and put that into your tax account. Please, please, please don't take my word for it. Call an accountant and, CPA that knows what they're talking about. I am
It's
not.
like put the tax money in, and don't make it easy to transfer out, right? So
Don't touch it
that's why
ever,
the second bank account, right?
ever,
I got you.
ever. If you end up having 3 bad months, don't touch your tax account. Don't ever touch it, because then, just every time you take money out of your account, take that 30, overfund your tax account, by the way, 30, 35% into your tax account. Futures are taxed. Remember, futures are taxed differently. 60-40 long-term, short-term capital gains, which equals out to be 20 to maybe 24%. And, so you're going to overfund that account at the end of the year, because we work for ourselves. You take the excess money and you can either roll that into your next year's quarterly estimate, so you can roll that into your next tax account, or you can take that money out and put it into an IRA, a SEP IRA, or you can put it into some sort of an investment vehicle, because we don't have any retirement vehicles that anybody gives to us except for what we create.
Yeah.
So overfund your tax account, or you can, buy a car with it, or not a supercar. Don't waste your money. Or I saw somebody on Twitter say, if you buy them right, they're good investments. Yeah. Until we have a huge recession, and now you're selling a $300,000 car for 180.
I'll tell you my story. I was, when I was younger, I was like, all right, every car's a BMW, top of the line. I'm the man. Look how great, look at it in my driveway. But as you get older, you realize, you know what? You're going to have all sorts of maintenance problems with this. This is not really, who cares what you're driving? I have a Honda Passport right now. That's what I drive.
I drive nice cars, but I don't drive supercars. It's important to know that, like the idea of resetting. I didn't finish that point, and I think that feeds into this.
Yeah.
If you made $20,000, let's say you made 20 grand last month, you properly fund your tax account, and then you reset. You are not going to pay your bills with that 20 grand. You're going to pay your bills with what you make this month.
Yeah.
So now you reset, right? So at the end of the year, you want to go buy a car, buy a nice car. You feel good about what you've done, reward yourself, but don't go waste money on things. If just don't go waste dough. Put it away, bank it, and reset. Bank it, reset, bank it. If you make it $2 grand on a trade, if you have a $2,500 profitable trade, I'm willing to spend 500 of that 2,500 to make another 5,000. But I'm going to, that becomes my new beginning balance that I protect and I reset. That's it. I'm only going to spend 500 of that, 2 grand that I locked in, trading with house money, kind of like I illustrated in those 3364 longs. So when I do that and I reset, I cannot lose money now. I've locked in that 2,000. I'm going to spend a nickel of it. And if it doesn't work, hey, listen, I'm still up 2G. Come back tomorrow, do it again. Yeah. Reset every day. Reset your life. Reset your everything. I'm on the same playing field as a billion-dollar fund. A two-lot micro trader is on the same playing field as I am. We all only have one trade in front of us. That's it. Manage that one trade, like we were saying earlier, blocks at a time, one block on top of another block. Be positive, be green, manage your expenses right way. Some trades are going to work wildly. Some trades are going to be small, expenses. Many of them will be small profit. Some of them are going to make your month. Some of them are going to make your quarter. Some of them will make your year. And some of them will make your life. And if they make your life, you only need to get rich once. When you do, you reset it. You put that money away. I made $1 million. Woohoo! Put that dough away, protect that dough, and start all over again.
That's right. That's right. Well, it's life lessons from PAX. I love it, man. I love it. And especially on Capital Preservation Friday. Right now, we're getting ready to get close to the open here. I just pulled up a micro NASDAQ chart, just take a peek to see where we're at right now. And so far, it's we've been trading kind of sideways right here on the intraday pretty much ever since the London initial balance ended. Point of control is a little bit south today at about 22,860, 22,886. I got to get my glasses fixed. And we have a real straight session VWAP right now, kind of defining the conversation right now. Keep bouncing off it a little bit.
Yeah. NASDAQ has been an interesting trade. The S&P will sit and do nothing, and the NASDAQ will all of a sudden have 65 handle, 60 handle swings and just, keeps going. NASDAQ sits, or the S&P sits and tries to rally, and and NASDAQ breaks. So people were talking last week on Twitter and around, is this a topping pattern, the NASDAQ leading lower? And I don't know. Like we kind of mentioned earlier, I don't know. I'm going to let real-time information dictate that to me, but I'm not going to try to predict. But the one thing I wanted to keep, and I tweeted about this too. The one thing I want to keep everyone to keep in mind is that the Nasdaq has overrun its targets by 10% on the upside. So the Nasdaq has rallied 39% off the lows of 16,480 ish, 16,460. 39%. The S&P has rallied 29%. So the Nasdaq has got an extra 10%. The Nasdaq can sit here and the S&P rally another 150 points, 200 points. It's not going to happen. But, that's kind of the point that I'm making. So I don't know, are we tapping? I don't think so. Major level in the NASDAQ on the upside, the macro zone that won't change is 23,109. That's the price. Also happens, that is 23,109.
Hang on. Let me catch up to you. Hang on. 20. I don't know why my PAX lines aren't on here. Give me that again. 20 what?
23,109. That will never change. That is the upside target based off of the quarterly pivot of 21,889. That also happens to be the all-time high by a couple of ticks.
Yeah, look at that, baby. That's a perfectly fitting line right there. And by the way, I did the measurement low to high while you were talking. 40.51% low to high.
You want to know how I get that level? 21,000, do the math, and I'm not going to repeat this. 21,889, subtract 19,450. Divide that in half, add it back to 21,889, and tell me what price you get. You get 23,109. That is the macro level. That won't change. That's the all-time high. Now, if you're flat NASDAQ and you want to pick a top, which I don't like doing, but if you want to pick a top, you're going to sell them at 23,109 with a tight stop just above that, just kind of like we did with crude. I'm not a top. I'm not going to pick tops, and I don't pick bottoms. People that fade markets inevitably will get killed. I'd rather sell them on the way back down using the opening range. But, just if you're going to do that, do it with a very tight stop, and don't let that get away from you. Don't sell 23,109s and put in a 23,150 stop and miss your stop and sell them all the way up, because now you're just going to get killed.
And that's when Wednesday's high, by the way, is right there.
So you sell them there, and we go bid above that. You get out and you reverse. You get long. Get long above 23,109. Above, not at it. Above. Sell them at the first time up or the third time up, for however many times we've been there. Sell them there with a tight stop. Above it, you're going to get long.
There you have it, man. Wow, our hour flew by. Outrageous Trader says, thanks, guys, for your time and support to the community. Great trading video information. Well, thank you for being here with us for sure. And, if you can't get excited trading the futures market with PAX, I can't help you. That's all I could say.
This is the greatest business in the world, Jimmy. No matter how old we are, it is the greatest business in the world. And my brothers and sisters, this isn't rocket science. Simplify all of this shit. It's not hard. This isn't hard. Every day ought to feel, as a trader, if it feels like work, then we're not doing it right. Every day as a trader should feel like we're cheating life. Every day should feel like we're on vacation. Somebody had asked me the other day if I was retired, and I said, "What, retired? I don't, kind of. My brothers don't think I work. I'm always working, and I'm never working. Life is good."
I know you're always working because I follow you on X, and you're always putting out content. You are relentless. So if you're on X, follow PAX. PAX 7. What is it? PAX Trader 777.
PAX Trader 777. Yes.
Lucky 7. I love it, man. All right, brother. Well, listen, great chat as usual. I'm glad we're back to capital preservation Friday with me and you. Looking forward to it. Big plans this weekend, or just chilling out?
I have 30 people from the PAX group coming into town. A bunch came in yesterday, so we had dinner at Ocean's Prime, and tonight we're having Chicago pizza at Salerno's on Grand Avenue. Your ancestral land, didn't your family settle on Grand Avenue?
Yeah, they actually, for a while, they lived in, it used to be the old Italian neighborhood, which became Cabrini Green. And
the old Little Sicily, yeah?
Yeah, and they had a brownstone there and a bar there, and then it was condemned by the city of Chicago, so they got kicked out. Not condemned, but eminent domain to build Cabrini Green, so they got kicked out. But they ended up settling in Oak Park. Everybody, it all worked out good for everybody.
Those Irishmen that ran the wards came in and said, "Listen, we got to get rid of those Italians with that little bar there. We're going to build a project there."
Man, I'm gonna love you anyway, Pax.
Yeah.
All
Listen,
right.
Christian is one of my favorite people. Have a great Chris. Have a great day trading. Don't overtrade. Everybody have a blessed weekend. I love you all. I'll see you on the trail.
All right. Thanks. Have a great weekend, man. Thumbs up for PAX, everybody. Smash that thumbs up like button. We greatly appreciate that. Deli in the chat saying Salerno's on Grand was a weekly visit for me when I lived downtown. Escarole and beans is the best there. No doubt about no doubt about it. I second that motion from our good friend Anthony Crudele. There's an E at the end of his name. So me and him have some roots. All right. So what up next? So subbing for Sarah. No Sarah today. So sad that she's not going to be with us, but I think she'll be back next week. The good news is though, we do have Chris from Trading Boxes with us as well. So let's give a warm welcome to Chris. There he is.
Hey Jim, how's it going?
Pretty good, man. How are you doing?
I'm good. Good to see you again. I wasn't going to see you until next week. Hey, here we are.
I know, man. Appreciate you like hopping in here. I don't know how much notice the producers gave you, but appreciate you being here, man.
No worries. Glad I could help.
It's early in the morning for you too, right?
It is. Yeah, I'm on the West Coast. It's always early every morning.
Do you get used to it? Do you eventually get used to it?
Yes and no. My body will wake up. Sleeping in for me is like 7:30. But there's still some days where like, well, if I can just sleep in a little bit more. But I usually reserve that for the weekend.
Yeah, no, I'm the same way. But when you get older, you kind of naturally wake up earlier, I think. And the key for me is routine, right? I get up, make my coffee, walk the dog, get a little breakfast, come up, do some chart work, turn on, Bloomberg surveillance. So I have this routine that I go through, and it doesn't get monotonous because, when we're trading these markets, every day is a different day with news, with price action, with overnight surprises. So it's not a chore for me. I love it.
Yeah, you own that routine, so you find you come to love that routine, and you just it just becomes part of you.
Exactly, and you get good at it. You get good at it, and it's how you roll, right? So I'm with you though. On weekends, I'll try to sleep in a little bit. I don't know. I have a harder time though. You're a young man, so you don't know. You don't have that phenomenon yet.
No, almost. Well, I made you look young, but having only one kidney, health-wise, I am older.
Yeah. No, well, you look young. You sound young. You have a lot of energy. I have a cousin in Tampa who had the same procedure as you. And he didn't know he was sick at all. He got into a car accident. Somebody
Wow.
T-boned him. And in the routine, he was in the hospital, broken ribs, the whole thing. And then they're like, wait a sec, we see something. The scans they do, I don't know what scan it was, but they saw something. So they did a biopsy right away and then removed one of his kidneys within a couple of days of him being in there. So and this was this is a long time ago. This is like 20 years ago. And he's got gray hair. He's my age, but he's still looking good.
Good health is truly important, and I know Pax will say the same.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. Well, Pax will. You'll hear it from Pax nonstop. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh man. So Friday we have some of these markets are moving everywhere. I mean, crude is up 1%. We have silver and gold on the move. Copper's given some back after the copper tariff announcement. Gold's trying to fight off the mat. Bonds are just breaking pretty badly also, which is kind of surprise to me. The ultra bond, the 10-year, the 30-year. Equity markets on the move, 0.5%. on the downside across the board. U.S. dollar is a little bit stronger. The currencies are, other than the Japanese yen, are kind of not unchanged, but haven't moved that much. British pound sterling is a little bit weaker too. But when I woke up, I don't know if you were surprised, but when I got up this morning, I was surprised to see all of these assets moving so much.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a low ATR all week long. It's Friday. People are still going on Fourth of July. We've had a lot of tariff news this week that didn't really do what I thought it was going to do. And then I know we did the Canadian tariff last night, and maybe that's part of it. I don't know. Shai's not around to ask, so she's on vacation. But
Yeah.
so that's why I was surprised, right? I don't know.
Okay, I see. Yeah. You know what? I feel like we went through a period where these tariff news were so impactful, and then in the last week or so, they really haven't. And now we're maybe possibly starting to see that again, that it does matter. And it's so funny that it's happening now when the daily NQ sequence is sort of showing that we're coming to an end here. I talked about that, in the planning yesterday, and I'll go over that again today. But it's I'm starting to lean a little bit more bearish. I've been extremely bullish since the April lows, but maybe it's time to get a correction. Maybe see a high in July and pull back into August.
Yeah.
We'll see.
It's funny. Yeah, we were talking about, Anthony was talking, I don't know which market we were talking about. It might have been bonds. Do we have a tradable bottom? And so I was talking to Pax a little bit about do we have a tradable top? In other words, now we could start looking for more aggressively looking for short opportunities.
Sure.
And I kind of feel that momentum a little bit myself.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a pretty big divergence as well. NQ has not made a new high. ES made a new all-time high, took out prior week high. So when you start seeing those divergences as well, on top of these other divergences, that I track, it sort of starts to give you a heads up. Also, I swing trade a lot. A lot of the tape has been very choppy in the last few weeks. Yesterday, we had software finally break down. Palo Alto, now Crowd, all these big leaders that, especially Crowd, that led this big rally, started to finally crack. And I think once you start seeing that deterioration across the tech sectors that push the market higher, you start to then combine that. I mean, it helps me. I can combine that with what we're seeing here on the technical side in ES and NQ, and I can. It gives you a heads up as well, saying, "Hey, well, there's deterioration across the market. We're rotating into financials and industrials. That's why ES has been leading, but it's at one point, if the software tech doesn't bounce back up, then that combined weight of them pulling back is what will trigger that pullback."
Yeah, so I think what you're saying is that there's the components of these stock index futures and the sectors of these of the underlying investments that people move money back and forth through all the time could cause a drag on the indexes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm not good at individual stock trading personally, just so you know.
I love it. That's how I got started here.
Oh, really? Okay, so your introduction was to just regular stock trading.
Yeah, I became a swing trader. I mean, it was first options. My first trade ever was a long option call on silver, and I made money, and I thought I was the king of the world. And then I lost 10 times that in the first year. and then I started swing trading, and that's really what I honed down into the since I started. And then day trading came from when we had these long periods of down markets where swing trading nothing was happening because we were either in like in 2018 a very strong distribution market where we were just going back and forth with Trump back then and those tariffs. And so I started to pick up day trading because swing trading was not happening. And eventually both were able to morph due to the same strategy. And Shab can agree, yeah. And now I love I love the combination of swing trading NQ to add more power in uptrends, and then hedging with NQ in the swing portfolio as well, and then using the day trade account to for cash flow to then move more money into the swing trade account. It's a good combination.
Yeah, it's kind of like portfolio building only with swing trades, right?
Yeah.
So on the future side of things, though, would you do swing trades in stock index futures or other markets as well that are in the futures?
I've tried gold before, just when it's had amazing moves over the last year. So something that's really showing this expansion move, I'll participate in it. But if not, what else do you need but to capture 1,000 or 2,000 points in NQ, right? You don't really need to trade much if you capture that kind of move.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. And then you're focused, right? You're focused on that one thing, which is good.
Yeah.
It's easy to get sidetracked by getting diluted, jumping around, looking for movements, and then you're
Yep.
diluted because there's so many factors that are unique to a market, right? Copper was a great example this week where we had that huge breakout, the biggest candle I can remember seeing in copper, green candle, and breakout on the 50% tariff news. And if you got to be aware of those macro factors that could affect other markets as well. So the dilution is a problem because you can only, at least for me, I'm only so I my brain power is only so big. So
Yeah.
anyway.
But I agree. Yeah, I see it also as an opportunity cost. What if chasing that shiny name is going to take you out of some of the trades you're in to try and capture that, and then it fails because you don't really know it intimately as you do as maybe the indices or stocks. And so now you just got out of a winning position in order to get to a new one, and that one fails, and it's an opportunity cost, right? So cash management is really important in how you allocate your cash in your account.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I know you're going to go over your trade plan and your observations in a couple seconds here. Again, everybody, let's hit that thumbs up for Chris coming in. Sarah Strat Sniper is not in the house today, but expect her back soon. So, Chris, good luck, man. I'll pop over to the chat, and I'll be taking notes, buddy.
All right, Jim, you take care. All right, you have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too, Chris.
All right, GM chat. Deli, good to see you. Hope your birthday. It was his birthday this week, guys. Hopefully, everybody gave him a shout out for all the work that he's done to put this together, along with Shab and everybody else. But he has seen incredible success and has turned back to give a helping hand, a lending hand to others who are trying to make it, and that's admirable. So we got to give him his flowers. All right, guys. All right, so let's go over the trade plan here. Let me show the daily again because I showed that yesterday, and it's kind of good that I'm back here again, just because I'm able to. Let me bring that up. I'm able to. One second here. All right, so I'm currently swing short right now as a hedge for my swings, but I will go over the NQ structure again. Remember yesterday I was talking about this higher high, higher low sequence. We had put in that third higher high. 80% of the time, the trend is over after the second higher high, higher low. That if we get a third and final higher high, that's usually like a climax top, okay? Now, there are rare events where we do see a little bit higher going into some just, again, a rare event, but most of the time, if you go back in time at the third higher high, we're done. Now, yesterday I was talking about the potential break of this trend below the 9MA. What ended up happening, we saw a move into support at the open, and you guys saw me take that long, maybe 30 minutes after the open, right? So we bounced, and overnight we sort of broke back down, and now we're attempting to break below this 9 moving average on the daily. So to me, now I'm sort of leaning a little bit more bearish because the daily structure, one, confirmed the end of this trend, right? And typically when that happens, and you guys have seen me go over this, when the 9MA trend ends, we will get a what? So it's a higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high structure. When that trend ends, we get a pullback into that next area of support, which is that 20-50 EMA cloud. Okay, it's usually the 20 EMA, sometimes a little bit deeper into the 50 EMA, but I call it the EMA cloud because that sort of tells you, hey, the support of the market or the support of a trending product vehicle is there. We then come back down here and then do what? We create a wedge, right? Because a wedge is a correction through time where there is no higher high, higher low sequence or no lower low, lower high sequence. By definition, there is no trend in time, right? So that looks like really? I don't want to delete that. That looks like a consolidation inside the last swing high and then the last swing low, and we get a wedge, right? So I'm thinking we get that into August because everything on the daily is saying that. Now, let's go to the 4-hour here to go over that structure. Yesterday, we were talking about this wedge potential breakout, right? And we got that, and you guys saw me participate in that in NQ. Even though NQ does look a little bit choppy, NQ ended up bouncing from the support area. I know there's a lot on here, but NQ, the idea that we were looking for yesterday was NQ come down here, create a failed breakdown, and bounce back up, right? So that took place right here. Bounced back up. Eventually, it failed overnight and pushed back down. So again, weak data telling you it's weak. For ES, what did it do? It broke out of here. And yesterday, you guys remember ES was leading, took out prior week highs on the daily, put in a second higher high, and then failed the breakout. How do we know the breakout failed? Because the new higher high, higher low structure that we are to get from here did not manifest, right? We did not get that continuation of the breakout. And that is, by definition, a failed breakout because we reverted back down and pushed back down into the consolidation. Now, usually, most of the time when this happens, it's a strong market. So, obviously we're seeing a little bit different, but a failed breakout usually means that price will revert and traverse back down to the other side of that prior range, which would mean it'll come down to this 50, 60 support and bounce back up. It has not done that yet. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it finds support once again here and bounces back up. Now, the structure today is, if you guys remember yesterday, the 90-93 was that bull bear zone, right? Meaning anything above that, we go up, up. Anything below it, we go down, right? Bounce, reject, down. Bounce, reclaim, back test, push up higher. Back test once, push up, fail. So what's the next sequence here? Well, it's sort of flirting with this level here. Can we sort of hold below it, find resistance and then break lower? Or can we reclaim it and then push back up? So that's the sort of short-term zone that you're looking at and telling you, hey, we want to either look for higher prices or look for a continuation lower, right? So if we cannot reclaim it, then we will be moving down to that 62.50, 62.60 support area where we can bounce. If not, we can form acceptance and break lower. For NQ, much, 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 much weaker. It's already come down to that 800, 820 support area. And you saw that bounce overnight, right? We came down here and then we bounced. Hey, guess what? Where did we reject? At the 90, 60s, 90, 70 zones. And I'll go over that in the hourly because it matters. And that's the zone we had to reclaim yesterday. It found rejection and it's back down here. Can we hold here? Maybe a failed breakdown once again and bounce back up? Or do we form acceptance and then break lower and get that daily pullback that I'm talking about? Again, the internal structure here has to sort of confirm in order to tell you, yes, we are getting that. Until then, we have to respect price and get... 1 second here. Let me make an adjustment. I have a swing trade here, if you guys remember, so I'm just going over that. All right, so let's go over the hourly. Here's the hourly, and this will be the trade plan for today. For ES, it is currently unable to reclaim the 90-93 zone. You see how it's struggling here? Okay, and we saw what that meant earlier. We saw price break back above it, back test, bounce, break below it, back test, short, right? So you see the interaction here. Bounce back up, back test it, hold it, reverse. So that's your short-term bull bear zone line. If it's unable to break below, or sorry, reclaim it, then price can form acceptance down here at the lows in scenario 2, and then break down lower to get to that 55-60 support area, right? Where we have kept bouncing from. If we are able to reclaim it, then we can move up to the top of that prior resistance, which is this prior here, this 63.12, 63.18 area, and we reject, right? Until we get what? We get acceptance, which will confirm that buyers are stepping in, our sellers are unable to move it lower from here to here, and then it breaks out back up. If we do not reclaim that at all and we come back down here to the 55-60 area, can at that point form acceptance, fail to bounce, and then you get confirmation that sellers are coming down from here to here, and price moves back down here to prior week low, and we get that daily pullback. But we need to wait for confirmation for all that to take place, right? Which is why we wait for acceptance. Now, in Q here are two consolidations that we've been in. This is the prior multi-day range here. We had an hourly consolidation up here, that 4-hour wedge that I went over, that broke down. And so that breakdown was a sort of confirmation that the internal structure was breaking and sort of it's starting, right? I'm starting to lean bearish. I have not been anything close to this since April, but now that we are in a second weekly higher high, on a third daily higher high, you have alignment of multiple time frames to tell you, hey, we're seeing some sort of resistance here. Other than that, we are back inside the support area. We moved lower. We tested support overnight. We bounced up, tested resistance, and back down. So it's a mean reversion market at the moment. Can we sort of create a higher low here against London lows, bounce back up and push up into 970s and reject? Maybe, right? That's scenario 1. Scenario 1.2 would be that we form acceptance here and then break out higher. If we're unable to do that and we continue lower, can at this point, we can still see a bounce here, right? It's still support until we get acceptance. So can we get a bounce from here and push back up? Absolutely. If not, we can form acceptance and then break lower to 670s, which is the next nearest zone. If that fails, which I kind of think that it would fail after, everything that I've discussed. If it fails, then we push down to that prior week low area where we have that 20 EMA cloud on the daily, and we get our daily breakdown, right? But we have to take it one structure at a time. The hourly is sort of saying, okay, at the moment, we're in an hourly 90-MA downtrend. Can we see a lower low, lower high, second lower low, consolidate, bounce back up to correct this downtrend? Or are we seeing the start of some sort of strong downtrend? Maybe, but it's best to take it hour by hour at this point. That is the trade plan for today. At the moment, it's a little bit choppy. But let's see what we get today. All right, now that I'm done with that, let's go over the chat and see who's here with us. Thanks, Daniel. Hey, Tracy, good to see you on here. Hope you're enjoying your vacay. Hey, Emilio. Where's that from? Emilio! Isn't that from gosh, I forget, it's a long movie, right? And I was like, Emilio. I think it's Night at the Roxbury. Classic. Hey, Nadir. Hey, Matthew. Hey, Wedding Crashers. Okay. Probably. I thought it was Night at the Roxbury. Classic. I mean, that was probably my introduction to God, I'm blacking out at his name right now. It is Night at the Roxbury? Will Ferrell, yeah. God, made my childhood. There's a Wedding Crasher scene. Oh, yeah, at night, Roxbury. Yeah, and I was like, Emilio. Yeah, Emilio. That's the name in there. All right, all right. Let's see what we get today. Guys, how's that Bitcoin, huh? Beautiful breakout. I am super, super, super long Bitcoin. That thing's a monster. Hopefully we can get to like 130. Gosh, I'll take partials there. Got some coin as well. Hood, how's Hood doing? A little bit of a pullback. PLTR, crowd. Crowd took a pullback. Hey, Larry. Hey, Christian. All right, so we have 4 minutes into the open. It might be a little bit of a slow open again for me, just because there is some structure here, but we're not really near any of my zones that I'm looking for at the moment. We are in a hourly second lower low. Let me go over this hourly again. So in ES, right, the structure says we're in the second lower low, lower high. Typically the downtrend has ended. Can we see a new low, third lower low? Sure. If not, can we see a higher low here, which is scenario one, and then revert back up into 6,300, 6,305? So I think that has a possibility. That would mean NQ can bounce back up into the 970s area. If we fail, can we see lower? So, I'm going to be a little bit more patient. We had a beautiful long yesterday, and now it's time to really wait and see what we get. Let's see how the open goes too. We have a gap down coming across the markets. Let's see. You're loaded on coin? Yeah, I'm up 50% in coin. I mean, I bought the breakout right when it started. Bitcoin to 200? I hope so. Look, I am as long as I can be. Hey, Adam, good to see you. All right, we have 2 minutes. We can't see a direct break from this sort of structure here. Right, we do have a wedge here. So this could mean something, but do I want to take this at the moment? I don't. I mean, the hourly says that we can bounce back up, but we're below this 90, 92, 93 area. I think there's a good chance for a bounce here. There was a 2-minute 9 MA reversal right here. That could have been your entry there. We have a 15-minute 50 EMA wedge. Oh, I just saw that. I do like that. Yeah, I think we're gonna see a bounce here. We have a good breakout. All right, market open. Yeah, beautiful. There it is. So we're getting that hourly reversal. Let me go over that here. So here's the hourly downtrend is ending in ES, hourly in NQ. So now that opens up a move back into the 970s in NQ and 6305, 6310 in ES. So let's see what we can get this morning. If you caught that long, beautiful. Let's see. Maybe I know some in the group caught that. Awesome. Yeah, they're long in the group. Oh, we have Carlos. Posiblemente la apertura va a liquidar una parte superior para luego. Tal vez. All right, so we have a nice breakout here. We had a 15-minute wedge, which I saw a little bit too late, or else I would have taken a shot at this because we are sort of getting that hourly bounce back up, which was scenario 1. So if you're long that, make your money. Oh, I see Amazon got an upgrade. Beautiful move in IBIT. All right, let's see how now what we're looking for here is a higher high, higher low structure, as we all know. If you guys have been watching me, higher high, higher low, higher high, right? So we want to see that play out to confirm that we are getting that move into what? Into the next area of resistance, which is this 970s, 980s. And it's currently yellow because of the indicator that I'm using. So, hopefully we do some final touches on that. But the next resistance area in ES is the 6310s, 15s area up here. Can we create a higher low structure and push out there? So let's see if we do. Yes, a little bit of a strong rejection here. It may be choppy. NQ is seeing a lot of strength from, it's just sort of like a risk on. I mean, SPY is red already. Q is still green. We could have just put on a daily top on the wick. Let me see. Yeah. I mean, look at the daily. Yeah, I still think it's time to go a little bit lower in the markets myself. But we really need to give lose this support area, which is this 820s, 800, 820s. If we lose that, then we get our pullback. I'm confident in that. Until then, have to trade this this range we're in, preserve capital for that big move, right? So you guys know I'm a trend follower. I limit my trades in ranges, and then when it's really time to break out with its higher lower, I look to really press, and that's really where I make my points. All right, we have 180 likes, guys. I know we can get those higher. All right, let's see. So ES is a little bit weak. It looks like it's failing here. This higher high, higher low structure is looking very weak. NQ, let's see if it can hold here. Let's see what financials are doing. Oh, financials had a big gap down. Industrials, yeah, the same. SPY's definitely the weaker one here. I think it's if we get a failed breakout here, I might short. Oh wow, I haven't taken a short in a while. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see here. I mean, NQ still respecting this high, 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 low structure. ES, that's a failed breakout. Now, can it hold here and potentially bounce? Yeah. Can you have a failed breakout here? So this would be for ES that triggered like this, but that's such a strong, large wick. Let's see what happens here. I can be ready for a short though. This higher low here needs to fail. ES is weak. How many points is this? What's the spread? $40. So I need to decrease my size. If I do consider that. Now we're still back testing here, so I don't want to get, I mean, ES failed for sure. Let's see if we can, I'll take a shot here. So I have a failed breakout here currently. But this could just be chop. But I mean, you guys, I am leaning bearish, as you guys know. Did not get filled on that. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, this is gonna get. No, fill me. All right, so if that's the case, I'm gonna have to be looking for some sort of acceptance here. I gotta look at a lot of things here. Yeah, we're breaking on the daily. This is I think we are getting that. I mean, NQ has not confirmed it yet. We need to. Um, hey Henrik, good to see you. Thanks, Jay. Let's see if we can form. So we got a failed breakout here starting off at the open. Now, if we can form a consolidation here to sort of say, hey, we're going to see lower. I want this forming over here. Let's see. I'm looking to now see if we can get a lower low, lower high, and then consolidation, a wedge, and then possible breakdown. We do have a failed breakout starting off at the open. For ES would be the same. Yeah, this is I think we're getting that, guys and gals. But I need my my rules to be met here. Let's see if we can get our wedge structure to get an entry if we are to go lower. Hey, John. TOS crashed. I'm sorry to hear that. What would this be at right now? Let's see. This is what that current setup looks like. If we can form a wedge here, I'll be looking to take a short. Actually, we're getting that lower low, lower high. Lower low, lower high. I might take a. I just don't have the wedge structure here. I might take a manual short here and have a stop above the 9MA lower high, which would be a little bit on the aggressive side, but I really like this. Let's see, hopefully we can set up like a little wedge here. And this will be our higher, high, higher, low structure. Let me remove this. All right, so we're getting our lower low, lower high. If we can bounce a little bit higher and then get rejected, I will look to take on a short. I will do my normal size. I do really like it, and I might even do a discretionary sort of like a market short here. I'm going to do that. I'm going to put my stop right here. I'm going to close this. So this is a little bit on the aggressive side. I might close it here just because we're getting our wedge structure here. But to me, this is the daily's breaking here, so I have to try. And see how we react here. If we are starting to bounce, I'm going to close it, and then I'm going to look for us to get the wedge. Yeah, let me close that. See, this is where my like aggressive side sort of. But I have to respect price here. Let's see. All right, so we have our lower low, lower high. We're putting in our 2-minute 9 MA lower high here. So at this point, we might get our better wedge structure. If we're unable to reclaim it, meaning if we're unable to do a lower low, lower high, and then push back up, that would trigger a move back up. But if we're unable to do that and find resistance, as we back to this sort of small consolidation, then price can get that breakdown. If not, we're probably going to remain in this range and chop around for a bit. Here's the 5-minute in NQ. You can see that we're stuck in this range. So we really need acceptance up here, like a wedge for higher, or a wedge down here for lower. So if we can get that on the either side, then that could sort of give us our break down or break higher, right? Looks like we are reclaiming here. So it's not time to get a directional move. Let me put this as a box. Okay, I gotta manage. All right, so I had to manage some other swings here. No breakdown. We're pushing back up. Can now we create a higher high, higher low wedge here, and sort of tell us that it's ready to push back up. We're getting that breakout on the 5-minute box here that I shared. Actually, I was going to draw that. That is from $9.22. All right, so here's our range. We just hit the bottom, reversed. Now, can we form a wedge up here and then push up higher? Yes, a little bit choppy. It had two failed moves. So the breakout failed, and then the breakdown failed as well. So you see how I don't want that. You see how it's just ES is just some chop right now that you probably don't want to trade. I mean, you can say the same for NQ here, but if we can create a higher high, higher low structure and hold, then we can get a possible continuation back up. Hey, DT. For Omid says 4 hours setting up. Liana asks, Chris, are you in any swings in any rare earth stocks? No, I don't. I just pretty much swing trade tech. Hey, Bolivia, good to see you. Yeah, ES is a little bit of a chop right now, guys. You really need that structure to confirm the breakout and continuation, higher high, higher low. That did not happen, so it failed. And then you have a lower low, lower high. That didn't happen, so it failed and pushed back up. So you have just two stops or two failed breaks, higher and lower in ES. Same for NQ here. What can help us, right, in the future, what can help you say, okay, well, if I wait for this higher, higher, higher low, maybe at that point we do get a confirmation that we are going to break out and continue higher. If we don't get that, then we are not going to get it. So it might be a range day or choppy day for ES at the moment. Let's see if we can get our wedge structure here to participate in something. NQ a little bit stronger. But we still want to wait for that structure, right? That higher high, higher low in ES, especially if you want to break out above this 90, 93 area. Remember, that's the bull bear zone. So NQ has strong resistance here at 980s, 970s. All right, we're getting a little bit of a pullback. We're getting our higher, higher, higher low here on the 2-minute in ES. Let's see if it holds. And if this time it can hold, then you have more information telling you that it's getting ready to get that continuation higher. If not, it's probably going to ping pong like it has here. Failed break, failed breakdown, failed break, right? For NQ, you want to be looking at the same here. So let's see what happens. ES is stuck. Look, let me show this 5-minute here. ES is stuck in this box range. It needs to break out. This 92, 93 area is resistance. So we need acceptance into that area. NQ is leading a little bit at the moment, but we still need that higher high, higher low to confirm that we are breaking this sort of structure, right? And being where we are on the daily, let's see if that reversal. But you know what would typically happen, we typically get is our good reversal opportunities like this 9 MA lower high failed, and you get your push back up, which was a trade that we could have taken, but I was waiting to see if it would reject. All right, so we have a good higher high, higher low here. Can we push up higher? ES did put in the higher high, higher low, but I want a wedge here at the moment. We don't have that yet. Looks good though. So if you're long, hey, take your partials and see how far it goes. 900 to 23,000. Yeah, it's mostly that 970, 980 area. Yes, DT. Yes, they're all the same. All right, so ES is attempting to break out of its range. Look, for those in the group who took this failed breakdown, you are getting paid here on this move. So take your partials and trail that. What was the spread on that? Let's see. 900, 862. A lot of trickery this open. Yes, both ES and NQ had 2 failed breaks. Support is still holding, but NQ is coming into this resistance area, so we can see how that reacts. ES is still struggling here. For ES to really get going, we really need to hold this 92, 93 area. Can we get a direct breakout here? Absolutely. But we just have to wait and see if it's able to do that. Let's see what. I mean, things are bouncing. Yeah, mixed market at the moment. Semis. Yeah, semis are leading in tech. NVIDIA, what a push. Long NVIDIA as well. How's Bitcoin doing? Beautiful. Look at Bitcoin. Just beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, so we're getting that continuation. I wish we could have gotten this higher low a little bit better here in NQ. It was just a small consolidation. We didn't really get that wedge structure that I'm looking for. So I am at the moment unable to participate in this, even though it is breaking out higher. The entry for me would have been this 9 MA reversal. But at that moment, things didn't look that well. But hopefully you guys are long. Let's see. You guys are long? What do you define as a wedge? A wedge is a wedge, Craig. I don't mean that in a bad way, but a wedge is this, right? Price action will sort of have an uptrend, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, and then it'll create a wedge. Unless there's a different kind of wedge, if so, maybe like a potato wedge. Yeah. All right. So can we get our official higher low pullback in ES here? Yes, a tight range. That usually gives you a level of acceptance to tell you that, hey, we are going to go higher. But look, ES is just broke out. We really haven't had that. NQ had a small 4 candle consolidation here, but that's not really the wedge structure. It's just a immediate sort of rest, sort of higher, high, low, higher. It is a higher low per se, but it's not really the rules that I'm looking for in order to engage. Why? Because over time I have found that price can continue higher and then come back down. So I really need to define my wedges, my structures for my directional breakouts, right? What happened instead was this was the failed breakdown reversal that should have that was the entry for that long. This is more like a V recovery. Yeah, it is that. So you need the consolidation at or above resistance to tell you that prices are getting ready to break out higher. Sometimes it won't happen, right? 2 or 3 times out of 10, it won't happen. And so it is what it is. You just have to if you can still catch it, great. If not, hey, there will be more trades. So let's see. All right, so ES is still struggling here. You can see that it's not really pushing out of this 90, 93 area, which is that resistance area, right? Let me go back to the 5 minute here. So you have you're looking to possibly now get your higher high, higher low. If that can hold here, then you get your push up higher in ES. In NQ, you can see that we didn't really get that. I was looking for some sort of structure like this. And in NQ, you had a break, 1 candle rest, and continuation. So I can't engage on that. That again, the entry for me was is at that failed breakdown, but I was not did not participate in that. So I have to wait to see what happens. And NQ is back to that 90, 70, 90, 80 resistance where we now have to reclaim. Yes, it's starting to hold here though. So if it can give you a solid consolidation here, then that could be your entry. NQ's at resistance. Let me show. All right, so here's NQ hourly. This is that range that we've been in from 820s to 970s, 980s. And you can see that we have bounced up into that, which was scenario. Oh, I didn't even mark out my scenarios. It was scenario 1. This is scenario 1.2 here. Scenario 2 is down here. So scenario 1 is we hold here and we push back up to the 970s and then reject. So we're here now. What do I need to see in order to get long at resistance? I need to see acceptance. I need to see some sort of wedge structure, right? I can't get long into resistance until we get that. Nice green day so far in the markets. Let's see what happens here on this potential higher low pullback. Yes, really not moving much here though. And NQ led that bounce. If this fails in ES, that will be another failed break. So far we have two, 1, 2. And if this fails and pushes back down, then you have a third failed break. And so that's just a sign of not a good tape, right? NQ was able to do like a micro hold and push up, but it's only into that next resistance. Oh, look at ES. It's leading now. Look at that. All right, so I'm just gonna wait here and see if we can form some sort of wedge. Just about being patient here, guys, and waiting to see what the structure, waiting for the structure to form. HK, do you use any news service or trade around the econ calendar at all? I keep an eye on it. I don't specifically subscribe to anything, but we do want to be aware of, news that comes. Hey, Samira, good to see you. The tape might slow down here. All right, so ES struggling a bit into that resistance area. Didn't quite hit it, but due to the tape that we're in, maybe we just create some chop. But hopefully we can get some sort of wedge now here. What's this reversal at? 1.5R. So it all looks good for higher. It'd be great if ES can wedge up here. I mean, that would really be a solid long opportunity. Boom, like that. That's something that I would look to participate in. NQ hit that resistance. We do have some RSI divergence into that last higher high as we hit that zone. So let's see how this consolidation looks. So what you want to see now here is ES is sort of pulling back to backtest this 92, 93 area, which we noted that it's not only been resistance overnight, but this overall range that we've been in, this 92, 93 area has been the bull bear zone. So now that we're sort of here, can we form acceptance right above it and sort of confirm that it is going to give you a good viable trend higher, right, into that next area of resistance, which is up here, 63.10, 63.18. If not, this will reverse back down and create another failed breakout, which will look like this. That's not the one I want. Higher high, higher low, bounce attempt, and then fail back down. So, we want to be aware of that possibility here due to the structure win. But again, acceptance here will be really, really solid. And if we can get that, I will consider a long here. But it's I feel like NQ stuck between support and resistance here. Jay, you like how you remind us of participate? Yeah, because we're looking. Price action can do what it wants, right? But it's a certain structure that you recognize and that if it meets your requirements, it can pull you in, allow you to participate in that trend. If your rules aren't met, then price can just gonna continue without you, right? You need you need a repeatable set of rules that over time create that positive expectancy. You're just buying and selling back and forth, trying to ride whatever trend you think is happening, you know, well, maybe that does not give you the outcome you want over the long term. All right, so we can possibly get our wedge here. This is starting to become acceptance in ES. If we can continue to hold, that would be fantastic. We can get something like this. And I'll look to participate in ES as well. But we'll see what happens here. This is the first 5-minute higher high, higher low as well. Let me share that here. So we're possibly getting this structure here in ES, right? This is what we're looking for. NQ, we're seeing that, but into resistance up here. We might be getting a 2-minute aggressive entry here, but I'm actually gonna take a I'm gonna try long here to see if we can get a continuation here. Maybe it'll fill me. Oh, it doesn't look like it will fill me. Just the name of the game, right? So the idea here was that we were going to create some sort of acceptance into that pullback into the 20 EMA cloud here. I saw an opportunity where I could get long the 9 EMA lower high reclaim like this, where my stop can go like this. But it didn't fill me. So let's see. No, Mikolo, I never look at volume. It's strictly price candle structure. The volume can get you out of a trade while your rules are met. And yes, I was looking for an entry here, guys. It did not get filled. It is what it is. I just have to wait for the next setup. Yes, held. Didn't really consolidate that much, but it sort of did give you your wedge. You have your boundary support here. Not exactly a wedge boundary. Might close it here. I tried getting long here at the break of this inside candle when we back tested the 20 EMA cloud. But it may not, it didn't fill me. So this can go without me. I can't really chase it. My risk reward won't be the same. So that entry, that setup would be at almost coming into 1R here. NQ got the continuation higher as well, or sorry, ES. But it happens, right? I will miss entries and trades. Yeah, this pushed out without me. So, it happens. Hopefully some of you guys did take the long though as we consolidated. I mean, this is acceptance. This is what you want to see, right? I talked about it. Now, it needs to hold here. The new breakout needs to hold high, high, higher, low, and then continue higher. But that's exactly what you're looking for in order to tell you that price is ready to continue higher. And look at that. You see the difference here? This can be a little bit of a teaching lesson since I missed my trade. What is the difference here? Breakout higher, higher low attempt, could not bounce, could not hold, and then lower. Lower low attempt, lower high, cannot break lower. What happened here? Higher high, higher low, held, consolidated a bit, and then broke out higher. You see, that's a change in character. All right. That is the structure that tells you price is ready to go higher. Why? Because buyers are stepping in from here to here. They're not letting sellers drive it back down. So the structure that is formed when that negotiation happens is typically a wedge, right? Didn't exactly get that, but that's the structure here. You can see that we did respect the lower boundary. That can be an 8 to 12 candle consolidation, right? A candle count does matter to me. And you can see the breakout. So that was a beautiful example of the setup that I look to do. Now, I tried to get that long in NQ here. We had our breakout. Again, change of character, right? Higher high, higher low attempt failed. Lower low, lower high attempt did not move lower. So we broke out higher, formed acceptance a little bit higher, but you can see that we did that, right? Look at this. Look at this range here. What's the change in character here? This consolidation on any time frame, David. 8 to 12 candles. Don't think as time frames are specific things where everything's fractal in the market, right? So the weekly, the 2 minute, it's all the same structure. It follows that repeatedly. So you just have to make sure that the rules you set in place can be applied on any time frame. So this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. On the 10th candle, it broke out. We had our consolidation, which again is a change of character. Okay. Look at that. Is that not a change of character? That's sure. Is it a flag? Absolutely. You can call it whatever you want. But the action here is telling you that buyers stepped in from here to here. They did not let sellers bring it back down, right? So what I tried to do is I tried to get long on the inside and up. So you see here, we have a rejection into the zone. We sort of have this higher high, higher low, higher high. We push back down, from here, we are to see a continuation lower. If that fails, we're going to continue up. That's a a little bit more advanced, and it's a substructure of the 2-minute, because if we go down to the, can I see the 30-second here? Second. All right. So, oh, this is great. I can actually do a little lesson on this. All right. So here's the 30-second. We broke out higher out of this sort of wedge, right? And as you guys know, wedges are my setups here. So we break out higher. We have a higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. That fails and we move lower. If we are to continue lower, we are to bounce into the 9MA, create a lower high, and break lower, right? Again, I talk about this on the 5-minute, on the hourly, right? We need rejection on that bounce after that lower high is made, and a continuation lower. If that fails, what do? We have a reclaim of the 9MA and we trigger a reversal back up. So again, this is the 30-second substructure of that 2-minute entry that I looked. So I knew this in my head. I didn't, break that down at the moment, but my idea of getting that long was I guess, I never trade the 30 seconds. So don't think I'm doing that. It's just, I'm showing you that internal structure of the 2-minute, right? So you can see on the 2-minute, we have a 9MA, gosh, here. A 9MA lower high, lower low reversal. That was the entry that I was looking for. So we come back down here to the 2-minute. Here, I have too much stuff on the charts now, so let me remove some of this stuff. But hopefully that makes sense, right? Hopefully that allows you to understand a little bit more of the internal structures at play. So I can't expand to go further into this specific area, so I can't show that. But you can see how my entry actually was looking to be a little bit higher. So my entry was looking to be the break. Actually, I can do this. Of this lower high here, all right? It broke out and I can't chase it. So, but that's a hopefully a good explanation for you guys to why I wanted to take a long there, have my stop down here, and then push up higher, right? Which we're getting that. And if you think about it and go back to the hourly plan from this morning, we're getting that. Scenario 1 in ES was a higher low. We did one. It was a little bit deep of a higher low, but we're pushing back into that next area of resistance. NQ, it was, can we sort of create a higher low as well and push up into resistance, right? So hopefully by now you guys can see that I can consistently, and you should be able to do this as well with your own trade plan, create the trade plan where you can then show up on the 2-minute or the 5-minute and execute in alignment with that. My entry here was to help me participate in the breakout from this range or this box and get that hourly trend higher, move higher, right? So I did everything that I needed to do once we confirmed acceptance, a wedge, okay? Now this time, you guys saw me, I put in my order, I didn't get filled. It is what it is. I missed this move. This is up now. Let's see. 1.3R. So this is where I would typically be cutting half off, right? But it happens. I will miss trades. I can't do anything about that. I was waiting for this wedge to form. It wasn't exactly forming. And I said, well, let me take an aggressive entry. And that's where I looked to take that entry here, right? I didn't get filled. Maybe you guys did. Let's see in the group. Yeah, people, you guys were long in the group. Awesome. So look, just ride that, right? Let me go over some of these. Any comments or questions on that explanation? You know, if I can't be in the trade, I can definitely do a teaching lesson. We're in a rising wedge. Carlos says fall incoming. I don't at the moment. I don't see that. You know, I just went over. I mean, maybe on what time frame, but this structure told you higher, right? I just went over that. Michael, excellent explanation. Thank you. Hey, thanks so much. Mikolo, orange line is the 9MA. Yes. Lakshay says, I'm already long NQ, but can you please share what should be the target according to you? A target above this 970s area would probably be 23,050s. That's the next area of resistance. Here it is. It's this here area here. So that would be here. So I would say look for that. I like to trail. You don't have to. David asks, does it matter if it's happening at support or resistance if the higher time frame is up? If what matters? Sorry. Jay asks, or Jay says, you have a very clear approach. Thank you so much. Jay, you caught this move. Awesome. Look, guys, beautiful move, right? I went over that. I didn't want to chase. I should have done a market order, but it is what it is. I wanted that entry. That's into 1.5R. Perfect spot for half off. No problem. All right, so then yes, okay, what can be the next structure here? Well, ES is sort of drifting higher into that next area of resistance up here. We are at a 5-minute zone here. Can we sort of consolidate and hold and then continue higher? Right, so you always have to respect the trend structure. Yes, that's actually a good question, Chubby Panda. Did you feel more comfortable longing into NQ into resistance because ES reclaimed the pivot? Yes, that's a good observation. We were into that resistance area and actually had a bearish trade idea in my trade plan this morning to short there. However, both the structure in ES and NQ were telling you that it wanted to go higher. In ES, it was forming acceptance above that base, right? In NQ, it did reject it twice, but hopefully that explanation that I gave, where after that rejection, we needed to see a move lower, failed. I caught that fast, right? So I was trying to get long right away. It failed. I did not get filled on the long, and it continued higher, right? But that's a great question, Chubby. I don't want to call you Chubby. I'm sorry. That's your username. Slim Panda. You know, that's my answer, Slim Panda. David asks, oh, it's taking the trade if the higher time frame is up. You want to take it trade at support instead of resistance. If the higher time frame is up, you do want to you do if the higher time frame is up, I generally lean with bullish setups, which why this made sense here for me. If let's say if we're in a downtrend and you get this bounce up here and you're getting this consolidation, this is most likely going to lead to a failed breakout and push back lower, right? But we have not confirmed that downtrend starting, so it's higher. Chubby always asks good questions. Mr. Deck, thank you so much. Great approach, and thank you for the wonderful teaching ability. Thank you. Thank you for those comments. I'm glad you guys get a lot out of this. Chuck, good to see you on here. Says sometimes you miss a trade. He knows that I'll miss a trade plenty of times during the week. And it doesn't, I don't get FOMO. It doesn't mess with me. The group caught all 4 of your trades Wednesday and Thursday. Yeah. I got 2 winners yesterday and 2 winners on Wednesday. I don't, beautiful. That's all that matters to me. Wow, silver. Look at this move in silver. What a retracement level would I consider long in NQ? I don't it's tough to say that. I need context, right? It depends how price action's forming into a pullback area. No problem, David. Thanks, H. I'm just gonna call you H. Thanks, Palucci, France. Yeah, so here, now to say, okay, what can we expect here? Well, again, can we sort of get a consolidation? Now we're above this 970 zone. So can we sort of wedge up here and then continue higher again? Maybe that's a trade opportunity that I look for. That would mean ES forms acceptance here at the 6305 area and then pushes back out. But that's a beautiful move. I'm glad and hope many of you guys caught. That if I were to review that entry again, my entry was right. I was looking for that. I think my aggressive side would have done a market entry here. I mean, it was just a few points, right? So I should have gotten in that 1.5R, struggling up here a bit now. Let's see how it consolidates. But beautiful, beautiful move, guys. I'm glad you guys are long. I'm looking for a second entry. Yes, but I need another structure, right? Similar to this. So far, it could be starting that here, but at the moment, there's no structure to allow me to manage my risk on a long idea. Can I get long on a pullback here and move my stop here? Yeah, but I have 2 specific models. I have a continuation model and then a mean reversion model. The continuation model is this one right here. And you guys saw me try and get long. I put in my limit order. I didn't get filled, right? And then my mean reversion model is this 9MA reversal structure here, right? So unless I get that setup again, I need to wait, right? This is all just not noise, but this is just discovery. Price is in this discovery mode. Would you trade based off NQ chart and not look at ES at all? I've done that, but I like to keep ES around because it allows me to see what both names are doing. And then also, like in this example, we were coming into resistance, but ES was finding acceptance above this range here. So you sort of say, okay, can both lead to higher prices now, and NQ overshoot that resistance, right? So I that sort of gave me confidence to also, put on the long. Hey, Sarona, thanks so much. Oh, Miss H. Okay. I thought it was miscellaneous. Look at that. There's nothing here, right? We're just trending higher. So this is the entry was here on the continuation setup, and you're just looking to take partials. Like there's at this moment, there's no structure here for me to engage in. I need to wait for my continuation model again to set up. Do I use hotkeys? No. Since I typically wait for my rules to be met, it's typically a slow period where don't really need to use the hotkeys. Brillo, I don't understand your question or comment. You're doing on the Elliott? Chris, does your setup doesn't include volume patterns? No, it does not. No volume at all. Yes, Star. Prices in discovery mode. It's discovering where resistance will be, right? So you're trending higher until you're met with an opposing force where sellers show up. So it's discovering in discovery mode. Jacob says hi from Hollywood. Hey, Jacob. I don't think I know a Jacob from Hollywood. Do I? Susie says, your missed fill reinforced what I have read this week on being firm on a good price. Thank you. Yeah, it happens, right? But I completely agree with that. But there comes a time in your trading where you sort of like you guys will hear a lot of confidence come out of me and say, no, this is going higher, just because you've seen that structure so many times that you know what it's there's the high probability of doing. So sometimes those guys in the group know I will take aggressive trades that are just but I try not to show that side a lot here. When it's time to put on on a big swing, I'll share that if I'm streaming that day. You look very calm. Do you get angry often in your trading? Not that often. I don't. These setups repeat over time. Just like Chuck said, there were 4 good trades in the last 2 weeks that I took. Sorry, in the last 2 days. 2 yesterday, 2 the day before. So I have 4 trades that made good points. And if I miss a trade today, I'm not looking to make money every day, right? I'm looking to execute my system as best as possible. And If I miss something, I miss something. But the next day, I can make some money. So we're getting a pullback. Looks like this 9MA trend may be over. Can price now, the discovery zone probably close. We did have RSI divergence here. Can we, like an aggressive trade for me would have been a bearish 9MA reversal here, but I'm not really looking to do that. This hit 1R. It is Friday, so maybe we do get a larger decline back down. But what would be the next setup for me to look for? Okay, well, if this 9MA uptrend is over, can we now pull back into the 2050 EMA cloud and create a wedge, right? That's my continuation setup. So I'm going to wait for that and see if we can get something. And then maybe that can set up another opportunity for me. So you see how I can have many opportunities throughout the day. So I may miss a trade, but I will. All right, let's see if we get something like that. Maybe you guys in the group took this. Look at this 2-minute reversal. Beautiful. What's it at? 1.5R. What was the risk? 95 to 208. 13 points. All right, so we're into that 2050 EMA wedge. Cloud. Can we form a wedge structure here? And then that can give us our next setup, right? To tell us, hey, maybe NQ does hold the 970s, or if it fails, then the breakdown of a potential wedge can lead that move, right? It's what will allow me to participate in that. So we're getting we have our swing, these are anchor points. We have our swing high anchor point up here, and we have our swing low anchor point here. So from here, what I'm looking for now is a lower high, higher low, lower high structure, which is our wedge. If we can form that, that could give me my continuation model, and then I can look to say, okay, can we now participate in a new 9MA uptrend higher on this 2-minute, or can we fell back down in a new 9MA downtrend and go to where? Obviously, the breakout of this range, right? That would be the next area of support. So that's what we can look for here, and hopefully we have 15 minutes left. Hopefully I can get something like that, and I'm able to participate in some sort of trade here. But that's what a lot of trading is for me, guys. It's I need to wait for my setups. I need to wait for the structure to form. We got that in NQ. That was a trade that I did not get filled. They continued. Cool. Now I wait for another setup. Right? With this specific approach that I share with you guys, you're getting trade opportunities 2-3 times a day, viable, maybe four. And so, when you have 2 to 3 opportunities on a daily basis, you're not really missing much if you miss 25% of the day. So what you want to see now here is you want to see if price will attempt to reclaim the 9MA. If it cannot, let's say, for example, it creates a lower high, then it can give you a better indication that it does want to break lower. If it is able to reclaim the 9MA, it'll move up to create a lower high, right? So let me show a drawing here from my education area. So I have this out in the education area for Oh, can I not? How do I show that? Let's see here. Okay. So you see, this is the structure that I talk about consistently. This is what we're forming right now. We are in this contraction, possibly, right? But you see how we have our swing high anchor point here, our swing low into the 20 EMA. A continuation higher would be a breakout where we start a new higher, higher, higher low, holds the back test and continues higher. Okay. A breakdown of that would look like oh, I can't find that right now. But so we're bouncing into the 9 MA here. We're creating a lower high. If we fail to reclaim the 9 MA, which is yellow, then there's a higher, possibility that we can reject back down. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to, I'll take not aggressive, I'll do a half size. Well, I don't want to get ahead of myself here. I'll just keep showing this. How about that? I'll keep walking you through as price has this structure unfold. But you can see how ES found that resistance into the 9 MA and it broke lower. So that's exactly what's happening here. It was unable to push back up to create a wedge at the moment. Can it hold and it can bounce back up? Absolutely. But you can hopefully see by now that you really need to reclaim that 9 MA to push up higher. Let me show how I don't have pictures of that at the moment, but I like to share these market structure lessons, and I hope these are helpful for you guys, because that's literally how the market moves. And all I'm doing is I've come to understand that structure, and I just wait for if the trend's going to go like this many times, I wait for the specific moments where trend will allow me to participate in a move. Okay, so what happens sometimes is we can get actually, I got to check if what can happen sometimes is that as price is sort of having the discovery phase into absolutely right, Jay. As price is having the discovery phase into the 2050 EMA wedge, which is this green shadow here, we can get that a new anchor point move in. So you really need to understand this really well to know when you want to take that short. That's why I say it's better to wait for this overall wedge structure to form if you're a price action trader, in order to have your confirmation and then a breakdown or break higher, right? If until then you sort of have to say, okay, maybe we'll bounce back up, right? Which is what NQ is attempting to do here. And ES just made a new lower low, but it's just a sign that it's weaker. So maybe do we get that wedge now? Right? So my time will be coming up here soon, but maybe I'll be able to participate in something. If not, this will fail. Right? Either we do bounce and hold and push back up. If not, we will probably start a new 9 MA downtrend back down here. But at the moment, there's some negotiation taking place here at this 80 area. Let me go over some questions and let's get those likes up, guys. 280, we can get to 300, 320. Jay asks, how did you develop your rules, come up with your expectancies, deep dive on data, experience, record keeping, all of that? Yeah, I have a library of data. I have a library of my MFE, MAE, right? For example, on my longs, how much does that move potentially go for? We can get a 9 MA reversal here. You know what? I'm going to look to try. I don't want this. I want full size. If we can reclaim, I will put on a long because I think, we're attempting to hold this 970s, 980 area. So this would be a 9 MA reversal into this sort of 2050 EMA wedge. Okay. Let me look at those questions. Yes, Jay, to answer your question, I developed the rules by creating an educational library through all the different variations of structure that price follows. How does it look when we break out? How does it look when we fail? Specific details on each of those movements. And that allowed me to have film that I could review and say, well, my stop should be here, not here. My entry should be here, not here, right? Where I take partial should be here, not here. For example, when you're doing a deep dive on MAE, MFE, max favorable excursion, max adverse excursion, if you're typically taking partials at 35 points, when on average, the move from your entry to those highs are 60 points, where you're leaving 30 points of open profit, right? We might break lower here. We might not get the reversal. If we can break lower, I will sell and get too aggressive into. So I'm looking at two trade ideas here. Can we break down lower from this consolidation? I need more. I'll keep that. So I'm putting this aside just to sort of see if we are able to break lower from the structure. I kept half size just to sort of continue this teaching lesson here. So you see how we were unable to break above the 9 MA, and the 9 MA continued to act as resistance. So we obviously could not form the wedge, right? It couldn't bounce. The 9 MA kept acting as resistance. So the opportunity to short is there, and that is a break of this little tight contraction. Did the wedge form? No. So I got short to continue this teaching lesson. Let me see where. So we hit 1.5 R. That's where I should be taking my partials. I'm gonna bring it to 1.3 R. Okay, I'm sort of speeding a little bit up, and I apologize for that. But hopefully, I'm trying to trade and teach at the same time in this specific structure. It's a little bit of a more complex structure versus what you guys have seen me share, but hopefully it makes sense. All right, so I took some off there. All right, let me go back to teaching mode here to finish up my session. So, right, the idea that we were looking for here was, can we come back into the 2050 EMA cloud, bounce, and create a wedge? In order to create the wedge, what do we need to do? Requirements, right? We need to reclaim the 9 MA. We couldn't. You see how I kept finding resistance here? Did we form a wedge? Yes. I would say this is an aggressive wedge, and and this is, those in the group know what that means. It means when we can't reclaim the 9 EMA to create a more normal or classic 50 EMA wedge structure. In doing so, you have data, literally price action, telling you that it is unable to bounce high enough to create a normal consolidation. It's weak, right? So if you are in alignment with your trade plan and your trade plan is telling you that up here is resistance, you can look to short. I took a short here. My stop on those is always the other side of the wedge. I took half off at 1.3R, I believe. And you are now you wait to see what happens. Do you get stopped out? It reverses back up and you get stopped out. For me, since I take partials between 1 and 1.5R, if I get stopped out on the other half, either that trade becomes a break even trade or I come out with a positive 0.5R, right? If it doesn't, then it can continue going and I make my money on that move later on, but I finance my risk and now I can sit back and wait and see what happens. Hey, Nick.
Hey, Chris. I got brought in, wasn't even paying attention. I just saw my face pop up on screen and realized I was trying to manage a similar trade. I just got in short on ES.
Oh, really? What was your entry?
6303 and a half. Kind of right as we started breaking there.
Okay. What are you looking for on targets?
Ideally somewhere around, I just moved my, limit order down a little bit further, but if we can kind of touch back to the opening range mid, if not a little bit lower down here towards kind of the 92s, I'd happily take one off there. That was my original take profit.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to see, are we going to at least traverse part of today's value area more than anything else? But I don't know. We are very sticky at the week open here on NQ, kind of that 960s to 980s area you were talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been stuck, it's even Stowe brought it up too. We've been stuck around this 970s area, gosh, maybe a week. I don't know if longer than that, but what it's good for, a good trade away from this area, which, your short is a little bit like that as well. Mm-hmm. I found that those trade aways from these sticky areas can usually pay really well.
Yeah, I'm optimistic. This is the first trade I've taken today. I told myself I was not going to trade today because I've had a pretty decent week. So I was trying not to do what nobody wants to do on a Friday, which is take a great week and then you think about it all weekend because you took a couple bad trades on a Friday.
Yeah, true. Do you size down at all in these scenarios?
On a Friday like this, I try to not trade, size down, or just hit a quick scalp just to feel alive, I guess, on a Friday. And then it kind of gives you what you need to just call it a day and walk away.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to feel something every now and then.
Exactly. Yeah. Sometimes, you just put on a micro just to pay for lunch, just to feel something.
And your stop is where? I can't see that at the moment.
New high of the day, basically. ES going back up to 63.08 and 3/4.
Oh, you're trading ES?
Yeah, I'm trading ES this afternoon or this
look
mid-morning.
At you. This is the second time I see you trade ES.
I need to rebuild my my NQ chart book for the stream. I've been lazy because I basically I've built all the ones for the show on Sunday to help everybody prep on the 1 hour time frame. But I don't know. I've gotten more comfortable since I don't love trading power hour as it is. Just never my favorite time to trade. So I've been trying just to get more comfortable doing it with ES.
Yeah. That was my first love. It's great. It's slower. It's more mechanical. I found that it has less sort of wicks around important areas. But that there's that NQ that you can just never let go.
I know. And especially because like I'm when I trade with like Stowe or XY or Leo or whoever it is, and it's like the three of them are on NQ and we're stuck in even a 20-point range, but they're still able to capture points. And meanwhile, I'm in an ES long or short during the same time period, and we've maybe moved 3 ticks, and I'm sitting in the trade for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So it has those moments.
Yeah. All right, my friend. I will let you go. Good luck in your session.
Thank you, sir.
We'll see. I'll see you on the stream. All right, and see how your trades go. We'll see how these trades go. We're both short. Let's see if we can continue lower, or it looks like we might just chop around here.
Probably. We are heading right back to the week open again at 970 on NQ. Yes. Feels like it just wants to run this now. Let's see.
We'll see. All right. You guys all take care. You guys in the chat. Nick, you guys have a great weekend, all right?
Thanks, buddy. Take care.
All right. You guys take care. Bye.
All right. Chat, how are we doing? Happy Friday. I know I was just saying this to Chris. I really didn't anticipate taking a trade today. I've had a decent week, and I hate potentially taking a red trade or a red day on a Friday to kind of round out the week, because then you get in this weird mental into your weekend where you're just kind of thinking about it. You're itching to take another trade. You're itching to make some money back. So I've always kept it lighter as it is on Fridays. If I can catch a decent trade off the open, I'm usually very happy with that, and then kind of walking away, calling it a session, even before we kind of set the initial balance period. So this morning I didn't get that luxury. I basically didn't do anything. I've been very much in dad mode all week. So for me, I've had some lovely long walks with my my 8-month-old instead of trading kind of the initial run off the open. But then it's nap time, and then daddy gets to the charts. So here we are. I haven't had a great peek at this so far to start the session, but another kind of crazy open where we just had a little bit of I don't even know what to call this. The market just seems to shake off any bad news in Globex. And I kind of get this weird feeling like sometimes the overnight, at least this week, the last couple of weeks, has just provided some better trading opportunities when we had the Canada tariff news last night. And then you had a decent chance to kind of buy it. And then we ranged. And then naturally, we immediately rip off the open, give you a good reversal, and now right back up. So basically just negating everything. In fact, we haven't moved a whole lot this entire week when we're looking at this, at least on the 1 hour, or we're basically, like we were saying on NQ, right at the week open. And for the most part, a pretty range bound D-shaped profile for the week. So basically just trading inside value for a majority of it. But it seems like, we made a new all-time high the other day, and now we're just kind of meandering down here. So not a great edge either way, but I'm in this short. Kind of want to see how it's going to play out. Anyone catch the rip off this low? Because on NQ, pretty clean once we got that kind of excess low down to the 860s, and then we were pretty much off to the races. Anyone catch that? I feel like I've been looking for that type of trade all week, and I seem to fumble it. Yesterday, I was knife catching a little too early. Before the V shape happened, and still had a decent day, but gave back a decent amount of profits trying to be the first idiot to step in and catch that when we were just liquidating. I got fooled. If you guys remember yesterday, I don't know if this might be a bad idea to go back, but ES was just kind of stuck around 6,300, pretty much where we're relatively trading now, as NQ is just violently kind of gapping down to going to the downside. So ES kind of fooled me into, I think, jumping into that long a little premature yesterday. And naturally took 2 stop outs and decided that was enough and gave back probably like half my gains on the day, and then just called it a session. But I'm sure a lot of people did. That was very weird divergence that we saw between ES and NQ yesterday. And it caught me off guard because ES was just holding firm and NQ just continued to make lower lows. Yeah, Jeff, it was kind of a weird open. I was looking at it on my phone as I was doing daddy duty, and it just was kind of that move where I was like, well, thank God I'm not at my desk because this looks just silly. So I don't know. I'm optimistic about this short, at least to see, do we kind of traverse back down here towards kind of the 6290s, but wasn't great that we rejected right off previous day low in this little high volume node for the session sitting right there, but I don't know. We'll see. We really have been just stuck at the week open. I noticed you look at volumes compared to Chris. Yeah, Chris is an amazing trader. I don't know how he does this stuff because he takes some great entries and things that I can see on Delta, like looking at Delta, looking at volume, but he takes it just with candlesticks and some of the other things that he uses. And it's amazing when you see things like that, where you have 2 traders completely different ways of kind of viewing price action or viewing the auction, and could still take very similar setups, even like we were seeing with me taking a similar short on ES than what he was seeing on NQ. I don't know how he does it, because I guess it's just the way I learned. Like, I need to see some of the volume structure to be effective. It'd be very hard for me to not trade with volume profile. It's probably the most simplistic concept that I started learning when I first started trading futures, and it stuck. It just resonated with me. But it really goes to show that, I mean, there's 100 ways to skin a cat, and you can teach very similar, I guess, concepts with completely different indicators. Like, they're still based on certain similar principles that exist. So for me, I just prefer to look at it with a more volume by price type structure. So I don't know. It's always worked for me, as you guys know. Obviously, I learned a lot from the OFL guys and Leo and some of the others. And this is just kind of things and principles that they taught. And like you said, I've had other mentors throughout there. And for some reason, this stuff that we use day in and day out, it just resonated more with me. I think it has to do with, everyone's got different learning styles, the way you retain information, the way you can, are you more an auditory or visual learner? It helps me kind of articulate the auction a little better with things like volume structure. Who will win if Nick versus Chris on a boxing stage? I have absolutely no idea. I'm sure. Are we talking like actual boxing? I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover, guys. Chris only has one kidney. Okay, so we'll go for that kidney. Just a liver shot. No, I know nothing about boxing, and if you have seen anything from my history recently, I've had a complete reconstruction on both of my shoulders. I am probably a full joint replacement or stem cell treatment in my shoulders in the near future throughout my aging process. I'm 35, but God knows it's only going to get worse after having both shoulders completely repaired, twice on one and probably eventually another on the other. So I don't know how well throwing punches will work for my aging going forward. But hey, there's a lot of ways for exercise. That's never been, I guess, something that I've gravitated towards. Yeah, or I guess NQ trying to break down below the RTH VWAP currently. And I have no idea why. I think I took it off at one point, the RTH VWAP for my chart here. For some reason, I guess I never added it back. I have some of the weekly ones. Jay, baseball. I mean, the initial injury, Jay, it started with one of my shoulders playing football in high school. I just had a bad tackle, kind of took my arm with it, tore my shoulder, and then eventually, being a stubborn 17-year-old, decided to keep playing on it, putting it back in place, and continuing to try to play defense, which is just a terrible decision because I have like no range of motion in my left shoulder as it is. And then I just had the right shoulder repaired. And I don't remember the initial injury that actually dislocated my right shoulder, but then it just kept getting looser and looser. And finally, like a couple years later, I actually was feeding the newborn and like reached backwards to grab a bottle on my nightstand at like 3 a.m. and my shoulder popped out. And my wife looked at me like, as soon as she was comfortable enough, like post C-section, to take care of the baby alone, she's like, you need to get your shoulder repaired. Like, this cannot happen. So not fun. Josh, my left has popped out about 6 times. Yeah, it's bad. Once it goes once, it can only get worse. And you kind of need to get the rotator cuff, the labrum, the bicep tendon, all of that in there actually fixed. Otherwise, it will never really get better. Reaching for your phone. Yeah, I feel the pain, man. Especially, it's one thing when you have that injury or that separation of the joint when you're actively in like a high adrenaline state, and another thing when you're just like sitting comfortably in bed and your shoulder just completely goes out of place and you're just, yeah, it's not fun. All right. So ES kind of falling back inside the opening range here. like I said, I'm looking to see, do we kind of traverse today's value a little bit lower, see if we can get a range bound day, seeing as how, for the most part, we are just trading inside this week's value area on ES as well as NQ. So something violent would actually be us kind of coming down towards the previous day lows, but I don't know if we're going to get that far. I will happily take another 5 points on this trade. Yeah, if we come down and kind of wick into the 91s, 92s, I may take off one of these and just hold the runner, which for some reason, I don't know why I have this down at 68 for like Armageddon, but potentially us traversing, making a new low of the day, I'll happily take with a runner. Wow, a lot of you guys have injuries and dislocations in the chat. I don't know how so many traders have had these type of injuries, but at least I'm not alone. I guess we're all getting old, guys. Adam had total shoulder replacement. It's come a long way. You should be able to return to full activity. Future isn't too bleak. Well, luckily I'm not there yet, but I have a feeling if my left one goes again, we might be talking a replacement of the joint, since that'd be the third full repair that we've had to do. But I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I'm not really, the most active sport I guess I do these days is going to be golf and just weightlifting and swimming. I don't really do contact stuff anymore. I've stayed away from the intramural leagues these days. The beer leagues is just accidents waiting to happen. I did, after I had already hurt that shoulder, I did beach flag football when I was still living in Newport Beach, and just, the athlete in you takes over and you leap head first to try to catch a ball or to dive for someone's flag, and your shoulder goes out of place. So we're well past that these days. Yeah, Jeff, I did PT, finished. Well, I guess I wish I wasn't finished in theory, but my insurance said you're finished or you're paying it yourself. So I'm done. And we got to the point where I'm pretty much cleared to kind of do anything within, pain tolerance and comfort to continue to kind of extend the range of motion. So that's been good. I don't really need to do PT anymore. But yeah, insurance is fun when they just say, yep, that's it. You've hit your max amount of sessions, so you can pay out of pocket. All right, looks like we might be getting this break down a little lower. I think I'm going to tighten my stop a little bit too. I'm actually going to go break even. Because like I said, that's probably the only trade I'm going to do today. I'm going to call it an early Friday. Go on an adventure with the baby. Yeah, NQ breaking down inside 940s. This is very constructive for this short. Anyone take this with me? I know Chris was talking about it too. Rack City, did they cut your bicep tendon and install an anchor? So they did. They had to clean up the bicep tendon. In fact, I had, I guess, like a sack of like scar tissue and fluid and all the other good things that can exist after like several trauma type injuries to the joint. So there was like, he said it was probably what was causing me just pain, just sitting like without actually moving it. So he removed that sack and cut and cleaned up, and they did about, I can't remember, like 16 or 15 anchors across the whole joint. So fun stuff. All right, we're breaking down inside 95. Let's see if we can tag this. Looks like we're getting a nice move lower here. We're at 92. Let's see if we can get one more. One more little flush to 89s. Fly there, 22,900 first target. Nice short. Don't love this absorption. That's someone's trying to hold it. There it is. I was going to say, they got to break through that little iceberg buyer that's stepping in there. Oh, did they miss me by 3 ticks? Yes, they did. We can go a little lower. Come on. Compared to the typical afternoon live stream, ES is moving like the Asian index last night. It actually is. This is more movement than I've got outside of a rogue Trump tweet in the afternoon. If you've seen me trade ES, it can be a snooze fest during majority of power hour before something actually happens. You know, it's funny. I had my original take profit sitting right there at 90 or 91, whatever it was, like right here at the week mid. Let's see if we can get one more push down, but I don't love this little bounce on NQ right off the 5-minute opening range low. If NQ gets over the opening range, man, I'm going to cover one of these. Moving stops is always tricky. Yeah, it's one of those where I was kind of eyeballing it a little bit, thinking we might go tag that, but where it bounced is pretty perfect as far as the value area from today. Now, I'm going to take off one for 10 points there. So we'll hold a runner. We'll see if this wants to take that out, but I'm going to take off 10 points, 10.5 points, whatever it was. Just seeing that we're kind of coming into resistance, and that's right around, it's because it's Friday too. That's right around 62.50 on the old SPX options chain as well. So I'm happily taking profit there now that I'm kind of thinking about this. Would imagine it's going to take some more real selling to probably break through that, at least for this part of the session. And my stops break even on the other. So volume profiler, I believe this is, I think it might be set to 7, my leg to leg. I thought it was 7. It might be 6. I don't remember. You know, Stowe is probably just long the -1 standard deviation. Stowe is definitely long somewhere. I don't know if he's trading today. I haven't talked to him this morning, but I'm sure he's long somewhere. Ready to buy the high and sell it higher. And now we're back to our regularly scheduled ES programming where we just kind of chop around, barely move, and we lose all hope on getting continuation on the short. I mean, solid bid up off that low. I'm glad I took one on that. Push back down to 92s. This looks like it's going to go right back to 970s on the NASDAQ, isn't it? It's so hard to short this market, guys. Like, that's how, I guess, quick you need to be just to get out and exit. Did anyone long my take profit? Because that's usually a good sign. My profits, my stops, sometimes using them as entries is usually, or entry for reversal of my trade is usually a decent opportunity. They're going to come all the way back, aren't they? Yeah, we literally just traversed value on NQ and ES and then just immediately reversed. That's why we buy the dip right there. Never any follow through on downside. I know. I mean, we've talked about this. I think I get this question on Sunday nights sometimes. It's like, how do you trade the all-time highs? Well, you kind of have to be that scalpy-ish if you're trying to ever short it. Otherwise, it's a fool's errand because you get moves back up like this. But we'll see. If we break above the point of control, I'm just going to keep my stop in profit, take 2 ticks, at least pay for the other one. Chubby Panda, great long. We'll see if sellers defend the point of control up here at all. But it seems very much like this just could be, I know it's a pretty wide range on NQ, about 150 points. I guess that's a wide range by today's standards, but seems like we are just going to continue to trade and bounce, be stuck in this same range, same value area that we were talking about right when I was coming on. Between the month open and the week open. Never complaining about 10 points on ES. Do that every day and you're making millions. Yeah, that's usually what I try to do, guys. Like, that's a lot of how my style, my way of trading is, it'd be like hitting one of those usually would be like a full take profit. I tend to try to hold runners on the show just to also work on my skills of just letting trades kind of fully play out. But for the most part, if you've ever seen me just kind of be hyper scalpy, it very much could be that type of rotation where you'd get a move between 5 and call it 12 points on ES. And I am full size, 3 lots, and I'm taking all 3 in theory for 7 to 12 points. And then I'm locking it up for the day, calling it a session. And I've been pretty good about that lately. I think that's why I had a great June, and so far July's been pretty good, is just not giving things back, which I failed at yesterday, unfortunately, continuing to overtrade a little bit, but there was some volatility. So naturally you're trying to catch a bulk with the move. I just happened to exit the short way too early and then was trying to knife catch. If you're not overtrading, you're not trying. I mean, we all have those days. I just hope it's not overtrading out of like tilt. Usually if I had a good trade and I'm able to, in theory, give back some profits without turning it into a red day, I mean, that's fine with me, because you're hopefully trading your plan, trading your process, and not just taking entries because you're pissed you missed the next trade and didn't make more money. So we'll see. We're coming into the Euro close here in about 5 minutes. So we'll see what our lovely friends across the pond want to do before the weekend. Do we get another liquidation break here? Looks like it. Yeah, NQ's trying. So I may move this down a little bit and just kind of manage it manually at this point. Actually, I'm going to leave it there. If we break below the 5-minute opening range, that's more than enough. Nick, where is the best place to get educated on OFL to learn the craft? Well, the first place, easiest place, is to watch Trade the Close Monday through Thursday, as well as watch Stowe do his sessions basically during this time. I think 3 days a week. I think he does Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, maybe Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. I don't remember what days, but Stowe is great as well because he's very good at articulating what he's seeing and what the tools are telling him. But then I would tell you to join or sign up for the freemium version of OFL because you get access to some of the tools as well as some educational content behind them. So at least get you started with things like the kind of the weekly MGI. I think Tape Reader. I think some of the other tools are included in the freemium edition. So you can just get a little taste of it. And if you kind of like how it's affecting your trading positively, then maybe look at the actual paid edition too, because then you get access to all of the EDU content that's based not only on some of these tools, but the complete, like what's going on under the hood behind them and the basic market concepts that the tools are based off of. So there's thousands of hours, maybe not thousands, there's hundreds of hours of great EDU content that Leo and the OFL team have put together. So start with the freemium, start with watching us on the streams, ask questions. We're very happy to help people understand a little more about what we're seeing on these tools. I think we try to articulate it a little bit. And yes, Rack City just said the OFL YouTube does have a lot of good free EDU content on there as well. So plenty of good places to get you started, to at least get you excited, interested, to see if you want to try a little more or dive in deeper. But the freemium and some of the content that's out there should be a great way for you to get started with no cost associated too. Curtis, they will work on Ninja as well as some of the other charting platforms out there. So they need to be kind of the desktop platforms, though. I will say that. It's the ones you have to actually install. Most of the web-based ones, browser-based, is not going to be compatible with their tools. Mark, there is a main chat in the OFL Discord that people are actively kind of communicating and sharing information, things they're seeing. So it's a full-fledged community. So yeah, check it out if you haven't already. And then XY does live trading in the OFL Discord as well, a few days a week. So plenty of places to watch some great traders and learn from some as far as utilizing the tools and just basic execution of other concepts that are not related to the tools, just the way we're kind of reading price action and the speed of the tape. No, I don't think it's on wealth charts. I don't think it would work. OFL Order Flow Labs, AF. So plenty of places to get educated, at least in some of the ways that I trade, as well as obviously a bunch of the other guys that you see on Trade the Close and on NinjaTrader Live. So plenty of good places to get education, information, and just kind of improve as trading. One of the best things that I ever did was, when you listen to a lot of different traders, you hear different styles, and it could be, like I was saying with Chris and I this morning, but two completely different styles, but had very similar thoughts and entries two different ways. So when you have different traders kind of articulating the same type of thing that they're seeing with price action with different ways of seeing it, one may gravitate or resonate with you a little bit more than maybe the way the other person's articulating it. So I've always found it's beneficial to hear from a number of different traders and take things you like, take things that resonate, and kind of forget the things that don't. I'm going to be stuck in this trade until I get off here in 30 minutes, isn't it? Seems like they're not going to stop me out, and they don't want to run the rest of this value area down a little lower. Now it looks like it wants to go. NQ rejected right off the opening range mid, as did ES, and now building back up. So constructive once again for buyers. Let's see if they actually want to push this up towards the IB high again. Did anyone catch the short last night? Like, just was positioned perfectly for the Canada tariff announcement again? Which is, once again, just funny that the initial reaction is to just immediately panic sell. And then you blink, and our lovely friends across the pond have already bidded us back up. Caught it on 100 lots, and then I woke up. Trump caught it. Yeah, I'm sure Barron was right on that trade. I mean, this has been an interesting week to trade. I think I had made this joke or comment on Sunday during the Sunday Open, but I was kind of joking, but also was saying like this week is just going to be dominated by headlines. It was such a low news week that it was just going to be rogue tariff announcements and what is the market's reaction going to be. And I would say there's been some great moves to the downside to catch. There's been some great ones to the upside, but at any point, and they were completely random, where you could have just been completely liquidated out of a trade that was not invalidated just by one of those rogue headlines. And that was the theme of the week. It really was not the easiest week to trade on a short time frame, and on the long time frame, we didn't do anything. We really didn't. We cleaned up some of the previous week's structure by building volume a little higher. So still constructive for us to continue to make new all-time highs, but really no real sellers on the tape showing any initiative to actually take profit or get out. So until we see some real aggressive selling and probably push us back down towards 6,100 on ES, it still seems very much like, hey, buy the dip and it eventually will work out for you. I've had a fun amount of slippage this week. I don't think I've had any like bad slippage. I guess I was lucky enough to be on the right side. I think maybe it was Monday, like I think it was the Japan tariff ones, when I was just positioned short, like a similar setup like this, where it just kind of presented itself and we were just kind of slowly drifting down, and then the news came and I was already in profit, and then I just got the liquidation candle. But other than that, I feel like those have come later in the session, and I've already been done in theory for the day, or I wasn't taking another trade. So I've just kind of been watching the fireworks. Euro close came and went, and we did absolutely nothing. Let's see if they're going to stop me out. I know some of you caught the long off that low. Anyone kicked the rebid off the opening range mid? Just seems like we're destined to hug 6,300 forever. Are they going to take me out? NQ just trying to return back to its permanent home at 970. Long again from 96. Yeah, right off the previous day low. They're going to take it. Just do it. Just take me out. NQ's home is 420. Yeah, but we only can do that every 1,000 points. And my stop is taken. So we'll see if there's an immediate reversal, because that also did just coincide with NQ at 970. So that may have been a poor. I mean, if I let my stop continue to play out here at 308s, so be it. But it's Friday. I caught 10.5 points on that, plus another 2 ticks. So 11 points total on that. I mean, I'll take my $600. Call it a decent Friday. But yeah, just reject right off the week open. So I'm happy with that. I don't know if I'm going to take another trade. Like I said, I've had a pretty good week. Chubby Panda, I mean, we make the joke, but it's paid more in the last 2 weeks to take a entry trade off of my stop. Several times, in fact, it has paid. So strategic stop placement, or am I helping all of you out, is the real question. Yeah, $600 is $600. Take your wife on a nice date. Yeah, I'm planning to, once she's feeling a little better. She's still recovering from her surgery. So once she's feeling great, we'll be back to date nights and all the other fun stuff. Be a good time. It's been being a full-time trader and then doing like full-time dad stuff too, and trying to be at my desk in between nap times and all the other stuff. It's been an interesting week. I'm lucky that I've been blessed with a good partner that's, doing a great job being a stay-at-home mom. So I have the freedom and flexibility to have the autonomy to be a full-time trader and do things like come on this show. So it's been a great transition. She's super supportive of what we're doing and how it's all working, and has been for a couple years. Who's my health insurer? Unfortunately, it's United. They seem to have a monopoly over the space. Let's see if this is going to continue to go. I would have wanted to see another reoffer around this 970s area, but buyers are stepping right in, pushing us back above. Yes, there's no way to respond with, unfortunately. Front without. Yep. Yeah, that whole industry is it's an interesting space. And I've met with, between having a kid and doing the shoulder surgery and my wife's sinus surgery recently, it's just like I've talked to enough doctors who have such disdain for the our lovely insurance providers these days. So it's not the greatest in the US right now. Hopefully something changes soon. Yes, David, that is very true. So we're continuing to build. Don't hate that I moved my stop in profit on the runner just because so far it looks like we may go run the high of the day and go take out the week open on ES up towards the 308s. Or do we reject off the IB high, kind of front run it? But it's starting to look like all roads just lead to 23,000 once again. And a beautiful long to anybody who took that off the 900s area, the 915s. That's been another spot this week too. I feel like we've had several. Yeah, okay. I guess it's kind of acted as a bit of, it is like a high volume edge there around that 900s, but a couple of these 1 hour wicks sitting right around that like 910 to 920 spot too. So plenty of buyers interested in stepping in there this morning. Yeah, anyone who caught the long off my take profit, I mean, I guess let it ride. See if we go take out settlement on NQ a little bit higher here. Make a new high of the day. Feels like it. One of the many reasons I don't trade Friday afternoons is these type of moves that once it gets going, it's just, I have trouble trying to, there it goes. So new high of the day. So my original stop would have just been taken out anyway. So decent management of that trade. I'm kind of shocked we didn't just get a touch lower down here towards kind of the 90s, 89s, but hey, it worked out. We're just off to the races. New highs of the day. What is the overnight high on NQ? 50s? 49? Nothing matters anymore. Just give your money to the market. It really does feel like that. I feel like the market has moved past even caring about the tariffs at this point. They're priced in. They're priced in at a new all-time high, regardless of what happens. I guess that's just the way it is. But remember Liberation Day when these same tariffs without deals were basically in place and we were under 5,000? What a time. That was like 3 months ago. And now here we are. All is fine. Everything's at an all-time high. The Bitcoin is at an all-time high. Got to tell you, getting so close this AM to the overnight low makes you want to toss a computer like a Frisbee. Yeah. The amount of times, for example, like even though I see this setup on NQ after that kind of excess low to 860s, but like that bid, once it got back over like 880s, like I can see buyers stepping in there. And just knowing that, I probably would not have taken it because I'm still thinking, okay, there's going to be another low. We're going to take out that overnight low. And I've missed so many of those like V-type trades waiting for an overnight low like this, to kind of be swept violently before the reversal that you just kind of, you miss it. And you sit out. And I guess I just get comfortable with that too, where I've missed it so many times that it's like I don't beat myself up about it. I just try not to, I guess, then get stuck trying to look for a reoffer that never comes to that overnight low. But yeah, those are tough. Because I'm that type of trader that I wait for that type of MGI to be tagged or filled and then try to get into the trade that I do end up missing them sometimes. But it looks like sellers trying to reoffer here around 23,000 once again. And sitting at the week open on ES. Let's see, do I want to do it? No, I'm not going to do it. I don't want to take the trade. I kind of want to take a short NQ right here, but I don't think I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to wash my hands with this week. No, it's been a good week. Yeah. Let's see if it manifests, but I like the short and NQ. I just don't think I'm going to potentially ruin it by trying to fade the high of the day right now. David, yeah, trying to be a seller for anything more than 5 period. I said that to somebody a couple weeks ago. It really feels like you have to be in and out in minutes. Like you have to be thinking scalp short, not liquidation type short. Otherwise, you just are going to have a bad day. Yeah, there's no need to be a hero today. If you've had a good day, if you're green, I'd highly recommend calling it a day. Going to touch grass. Go play some golf. Go find a body of water if it's anywhere near the temperature it is here in North Texas, which is getting close to triple digits again. We probably will be there next week. I think I'm going to go on an adventure with the baby, maybe find somewhere that I can take her on an air-conditioned walk inside somewhere. That seems like the plan. Go get some lunch. But yeah, what's everyone's plan for the weekend? Anyone do anything fun? I know it's kind of like in the dead center of vacation season. Gosh, this short is going to manifest, isn't it? Getting a delta flip, seeing sellers trying to step in here inside the IB high. This could be the short. Bass Pro Shops are great to walk around when the weather's nuts. The problem for me is there's not one, like I'm in the heart of Dallas and there's not one around here. I got to go more towards the burbs, but Target is always a good one, especially on like a Friday midday. I used to say Costco, but now with the baby, Costco is like the worst place I could think of because it's too busy as it is. Home Depot. Home Depot is a good one too. You do still get free samples at Costco. It was sad during kind of the post-COVID era when they stopped doing that for a little bit. But I've not been impressed by the samples recently. Like I'm not really interested in some of them. Target doesn't have polar bears and fish tanks. You know what? Fair. Very fair. Nick, what did your half beef cost? The half steer, which is now taking up 2 freezers, including actually a third freezer if you include the one in the kitchen. But it was a little over like $1,400. And then I think it was a little more I had to pay for the butcher because everything was vacuum sealed and prepped, and I did something different with some of the ground too. So I think it was all in may have been like $1,600 for a ton of meat, enough meat that I'm literally begging neighbors to let me give them ground and some like round steak cuts because it's like I can't eat that much of it. So like some of the unique cuts like that I have way too much of, like I'll try 1 or 2 times with a couple recipes, but when I have like 8 steaks of that or eight roasts, it's like I'm not going to do that many. So my neighbors are getting pounds. How many pounds of meat is that? Well, I don't exactly know the final count, but I have roughly 70 pounds of like loose ground and then a few, probably another 10 to 20 that's in burger patties too. So absurd amount of meat. I'm going to do one of the T-bones this weekend is my plan. I'm going to sous vide it and then sear it on the Kamado. Do some loaded baked potatoes. Probably some roasted Brussels sprouts. Be real good. Beef isn't good for you. I mean, whatever study is out there these days, I mean, if you're going to eat it, this is probably the healthiest, best way. This is a grass-fed cow from a ranch that I know the people who own it. So it's going to be about as good as you could ever get. Better than probably what you can buy in any supermarket. But I'm glad to see the short that I didn't take because I am a good boy. has completely played out. So if you short 23,000, congratulations. This looks like you're getting the next move back down into today's value. What kind of candle? So if you're talking about my candles, these are volume-based candles. NT clip that. They have enough clips of me saying random things on this stream, I must say. The beef candle. Yep. This, gosh, now I'm hungry. We've been talking about cooking steaks. Now I'm actually really hungry. It's starting to hit me for the week. But yeah, the half steer was great. I would absolutely do this again. As you guys know, I do partake in some other sporting events that can let you acquire forms of meat. So I didn't have any of that the last year with the birth of my child. So this has been a great way to fill my freezer for the year. So plenty of meat in this house. But yeah, looking forward to doing the T-bone. Hold up, are you a rodeo clown on the weekends? No. Other redneck things in North Texas. Did anyone take the 23,000 short? HK, great trade. Curtis, nice job. I mean, it was there. I saw a little exhaustion print on NQ, and we got this delta flip back inside the week open on ES, and you started to see sellers step in right around the initial balance high. I mean, I've tried this short before, and sometimes you're going to get this gets blown through, but given the range of the day, probably was worth taking the stab to see if we get that rotation back to 6,300 at the very least on ES. But we took out the high of the day, and then you kind of saw no other buyers interested. So we'll see. Back down towards the 970s, which probably is going to act as your pivot for the rest of the session, if you will. Coincides with basically the point of control on ES. Point of control on NQ a little bit lower, but that 970 spot being yesterday's value area low and today's point of control on the session. We'll see if we're going to hold it. Kind of sad I didn't get on that trade, guys. Got to be honest. Well, we saw it. We called it out. So Nick being your favorite furu of the day with calling out that trade, but not actually putting any money at risk. You gave me a bit of confidence with this and manifesting the short. Well, I'm glad I made you guys money. If you took it, congratulations. We'll see if we can get this full rotation back down too. This could be interesting. At the very least, if you're in that short and you're in multiple contracts, this is probably where you want to start lightening up at least on a couple. If not down to runners here, just kind of gauging what the reaction is at the week open. But I'd definitely be peeling some off here if I was in the short. The weekly open, man. We talk about it all the time. Continues to, in this regime that we are in, act as a great piece of MGI to have on your charts. And we talk about it every Sunday. So I'm going to plug my show here to tune in this Sunday for the Sunday Open here on NinjaTrader Live with me. we'll go over some light market prep. But one of the many things I do call out and make sure everyone at least manually wants to mark on their chart is what that opening print is. Hey, Pharm, you were in the long. Did you take the long after I covered? Or I got stopped out? Which one? So yeah, the Sunday Open. Tune in this week, this Sunday, 4:45 Central Time, right before the Globex bell hits at 5 p.m. Central. We'll be live. We'll be talking about the markets. We'll be talking about what's on the docket for data releases, earnings, as well as any other weird, fun things that I like to bring up for some reason. So come hang out if you haven't seen the show. It's a good time, good way to start your week if you're doing your prep, if you're just got nothing better to do as we open on Sunday. We have some fun. We're going to have some guests coming on with me eventually. We're going to try to bring that back as we get out of the summer doldrums. But for the most part, we dive into all of my long time frame charts and try to make a rough plan. I have no idea where we're going to go this week because we are in balance at the all-time high. So, but the banks will be back next week for earnings. So he's kicking us off with the next quarter's earnings season. So we'll have things to talk about for once. I feel like the last 3 weeks, there's been like 4 companies reporting earnings every week, it seems like, and none of them are relevant to us being day traders of futures, more or less. So when the banks are back, it means the rotation and Mag 7, everybody's going to be coming up on the docket soon. So we'll have more things to talk about. Chubby Panda, have a good weekend. Thanks for hanging out. Nick, do you ever talk about, or do you ever trade the EU sessions or DAX? Nice market to have side by side, ES and NQ. I don't never talk about them. I don't watch them enough, but I believe the DAX has been making all-time highs like we have in the US markets as well, like on an absolute tear. So I don't know, maybe we'll throw up some other charts. If whatever people want, I'm happy to build a chart for and talk about if things are moving. Except when I want to talk about cattle, and then Nick, who did in fact pass his Series 3 certification, does not know apparently when the agricultural products hours occur. So when he wants to talk about cattle and watch how it opens after there is a worm affecting U.S. cattle and cattle from Mexico, and wants to see what the reaction may be to that news, and then you're realizing that cattle doesn't open until the next morning, kind of ruins the fun. But hey, it's all work in progress. We learn. Hang Seng or Nikkei would be fun. Okay. Good to know. I've looked at the Nikkei before. I don't think I've ever seen a Hang Seng chart, but hey, we can do whatever. David, this was like a couple months ago. And I think my thesis was going to be long cattle because of that. And it played out over like the first 2 days after that release, but yeah, when things happen, if there are other products we want to at least look at and talk about, I will happily build a chart. But for the most part, it seems like, I don't know, there hasn't been anything that's caught my eye. I know we had the wildness of copper last week, but when things like that happen, I think it's probably makes sense and it's fun to talk about them. So we'll continue to do that. We'll get out of the chaos that is just the big four that probably 95% of traders touch. Man, I even built a YM chart. So I'm willing to do the work, is what I'm saying. I will happily do some of the international market futures, but just is the word of caution, it will be the first or second time I have probably ever looked at the current contract of said future. So I'm going to be learning with you guys and doing the same logic that I would use if I was going to be throwing up a micro Bitcoin chart, which is I'm just going to use the volume from the CME on that futures contract to try to make a plan. And that's about the extent of my analysis. So we can do it. But if you a grain of salt with me seeing that chart for probably the first or second time, but I don't know, maybe we could have some fun with it. So ES, okay, we're coming into the top of the hour here. So I'm going to get booted and say goodbye soon, but we'll talk about what we're seeing right now. NQ continuing to kind of meander around the week open. ES still continuing to hug around the point of control and the top of the 5-minute opening range here. So pretty much just stuck around 6,300 and 970s. So I'd be kind of watching those areas to gauge reaction for the rest of today's session and see if there's another trade to be had. But for the most part, this is meandering like a balanced day, albeit a little bit higher, price moving a little bit higher in the structure of the session. But for the most part, I think the best trades of the day are probably done, at least until power hour. But thank you all for hanging out. I think it's been a lot of fun. I don't usually trade or get to be on stream during this time of the day, so I appreciate you all spending some time with me, hanging out. Please do tune in this Sunday for the Sunday Open here on NinjaTrader Live. I will be back giving you guys my thoughts on the week. We'll talk about earnings, we'll talk about data releases, and everything else going on with gold, crude oil, NQ, and ES, and we'll see if I want to throw on a random chart or two. But everybody have a very wonderful weekend. Trade safe out there if you're going to still be in this market for the rest of today's session. Don't do anything too stupid. Don't do anything to ruin your weekend. And I will see you all here Sunday night, 4:45 Central. Be there. Let's have some fun. Take care, guys. Have a great weekend.